reason that the Jade Dragon is in full swing, running until the end of the month. If you're playing Onslaught, now is your time to push. This year's annual reward, the Ashbringer, is on the line, alongside progression rewards and the Bond Shop, with better discounts as your rank increases. Expect tough competition as you move up the ranks. The AMD OLS Season 6 is well underway, so tune in and check out the action on our official Twitch channel. Date shown here. And yes, there'll be OLS tokens for tuning in. All this builds towards the finals on May 30th and 31st. If you're planning to watch anything this month, make it the finals weekend. Be sure to spend those OLS tokens before June 8th, by the way. You don't want to lose them. Can't wait for the finals? The Onslaught Mega Platoon returns later this month, with the Killzone leading a team of 6 other content creators into battle. If you're up for the challenge, you can jump in and face them, or form a team of your own and try and take them down. Otherwise, tune in, enjoy the show, and earn some drops. Frontline returns from May 4th. If you need credits, this is your best opportunity this month. Load up your tier rates and jump into large-scale battles where consistent performance pays off. And if you know of any friends who haven't played in 60 days or more, make sure they log in and claim their bonuses before May 7th. May brings the anniversary of Victory Day in Europe. You'll see special missions, discounts, and themed bundles. And importantly, there are credit discounts on researchable and collectible vehicles. The event is a good opportunity to pick up rewards while we take a moment to reflect upon the historical significance behind it. Starting May 15th, each weekend brings happy hours during prime time for the rest of the month, with missions for extra credits and experience. This month's Boosteroid content comes with a boxing theme, including a unique commander and themed customizations. There's also an updated tank roster for 6-month subscribers, so it's a good opportunity to step into the ring and check out what's new. And for something a little different, we couldn't bring a real mouse to the office, but First Legion have created 300 of these 1/30th scale of mouse boost and shift models, just the right size for your desk. So what's your plan for the month? Frontline for credits? Or Onslaught for competition? Thanks for watching, but for now, I'll be seeing you on the battlefield.
The final Onslaught season in the annual cycle will launch with some exciting new features. Now, during the countdown, each team can vote to ban one vehicle, which will become unavailable for all players on both teams. This gives you a chance to exclude the most dangerous enemy vehicle for you and its copies, or propose to ban the least useful vehicle from your own team. If your vehicle ends up banned, you'll have enough time to choose another one. You can learn all the details about this feature in the Portal article. The airfield map has been fine-tuned to better suit the 7v7 format. Erlenberg and Safe Haven have also been adjusted a little. The Dravettes, Caro 45T, and Ares 90 have joined the list of vehicles available in Onslaught. The roll skill of the latter has been modified to support its unique firing mechanic. Available for free rental this season are the Object 140, Foch B, and T57 Heavy. The now rentable vehicles come with consumables, equipment, shells, and 4 perk crews. Only the shells and consumables can be changed. In addition, the 114 SP2 is now available for purchase starting from the Silver League, not the Gold. Remember that this launch concludes the Year of the Dragon. This is your chance to get the super rare Ashbringer.
Part of a line, will of a champion. Ain't even trying, just get them amped up. If you got a problem, I'm the answer. Stand up, everybody hands up. I'm unstoppable, I ain't gonna stop till I come on. Yeah, I'm unstoppable.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the AMD Onslaught Legends Series Season 6. Today joined by External, our friend from across the pond. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Happy to be here, get some representation in the OLS. The first time for NA, I think.
So far this season, yeah.
Yeah, so far. But yeah, I'm looking forward to these matches. I'm happy to be on the broadcast.
And we're happy to have you. You know, it's such an old man with a lot of experience, unlike Johan, who's just old. But starting it up today, a lot of matches coming your way. Do want to keep everybody trained on that schedule. Important note today, the 10th of May. We have a stream on Tuesday, but we have no stream on Thursday and Sunday. There's a mid-season break, so if you're tuning into the World of Tanks channel on those days and sitting there waiting, and you're like, where's the stream? It will not happen. Very simple. We will then be returning back the week after, of course, on the 19th of May. So that is to note, there's a mid-season break. Don't be worried. It's very normal, although probably some people will miss that, but hopefully you are now informed about this. On top of that, let's take a look at what the prize pool has in store for us. This is obviously still not final. You can still boost that one as well. 47,219 at this moment in time, which is what is that for now. It can still go up. The bundles that you will be seeing in just a second will be the ones that are boosting the prize pool. 100% of the proceedings going towards that prize pool as well. So if you're interested in becoming an Oracle, what that means is you buy a team bundle. If you get the correct team that wins the OLS, you will be getting an upgraded badge and style. Looks pretty nice, to be honest. I have not decided upon mine. I don't know if External has a favorite team in OLS that he thinks is going to win this season.
W's won 2 times so far. You know, it's either... I like all of them, honestly. I'll be a politician here, but W's been strong in the past, so...
Yeah, but so far this season, they are not the top dogs, to be honest, in terms of performance. Quick look at the token earnings, of course. 5 tokens today, 5 tokens on Tuesday, but do keep, again, your eyes trained on that playoff weekend, where you can get 5+5 and 5+5 tokens, so 20 tokens in total, boosting your total towards that OLS token store, where you have lots of juicy rewards coming your way. There is so much juice in there, a little bit for everybody. I don't know if you know External, the E75TS, by any chance. Ever played it?
I do own one. It's a pretty good tier 8.
Yeah, it's actually like pretty decent, to be honest. I'll agree with that. Scorpion, not my cup of tea, but doesn't seem that bad either. The SU, some styles, premium days, consumables, reserves, a little bit for everybody. So there's prizes even if you are tuning in late, and if you have missed something here or there, do not worry. There is going to be stuff for you to collect as well. But now I think we should take a look at the standings. If I'm not mistaken, is usually the asset that comes after this. Wow, what a prediction. Hit and run External. I think that is, at least we're saying it is a surprise that they are doing so far this season super well with the loss of Barbarian.
I wasn't sure what would happen. I talked to Monster before the season started, and I said I thought Barbarian would be a great player to keep, and then like the day after he left or something like that. So I also thought it would be pretty rough, but Hit and Run is known for doing well in the regular season.
Yeah, that too, but like still, you know, like I thought the loss of Barbarian would impact them more and boost Cashback more, because when we look at Cashback right now, they are on 6 points, shared 5th, 6th with Sicarios. The only reason why they are above Sicarios right now, I think, is the round difference, where they're -2 and Sicarios is -3. The team so far is not really performing that well, to be honest. I think it's fair to say they're not really doing too hot, and Cashback is also that kind of team that usually, together with Hit and Run, I think it does really, really well in the regular season. Normally speaking, this season, unless there's some miraculous recovery, they're not going to be top on the scoreboard.
Absolutely. Historically, they do well, and right now that's a 2-loss streak, but that's in addition 2 3-0s. Like they've been 3-0'd the past 2 match days, so it's been rough for Cashback.
Well, I believe in them. It's going to be for them starting it off, though, against the weekend. And Cashback historically does not do too well in the Ukrainian derbies. So that is a worrying factor. But then afterwards, a lot of what I would say is straightforward matches normally on paper. W versus CTR, Sicarios versus Mafia, and Hit and Run versus Lotus for the OLS. Then for the OCS, we have Collapse versus Baton. But looking back at that, remaining 3 matches of the OLS, W, CTR, Sicarios, Mafia, Hit and Run versus Lotus, clear favorites on paper in every single one of those matches. W, Mafia, and Hit and Run are expected to win. Is there a potential for an upset there?
I think the most likely would be CTR, in my opinion, just because I've seen some unique strategies out of them. I think they perform pretty well, and they have had upsets before, especially last season. They're having a lot of upsets at the beginning, so I'd pin that team to be a potential upset dark horse.
Yeah, we had a lot of faith in CTR in the beginning of the season as well, but so far they haven't really delivered upon it. In this matchup, though, Weekend versus Cashback, you're not a part of Banter's favorite prediction game, but if you had to give a scoreline, what do you think would be the outcome of this?
I'll go with Weekend. I'll say 3-2 Weekend to Cashback.
Well, that's exactly what I said. High five.
Was it? I did not even check
no,
the predictions. I'm going to be
yeah.
honest.
I'm certain you didn't, but that's what I said because in my mind, even last season, Cashback always struggled, or even the season before, against these other Ukrainian teams. Like, they were doing really well against everybody else, which they're not this season. And then versus the other Ukrainian teams, it was a disaster. Maybe this season it's the other way around. You know, they're awful against everybody else, and they will just dominate Weekend.
Well, Weekend also has a particular play style. I mean, they kind of just run it down. If anything, they should be the one called W, because they just W key. Every game I watch is like just a full send. And that's honestly, it looks like when you watch a strategy of just people pushing, it seems like it'd be easy to handle, but it's kind of tough because you're like, when you're the team who's getting pushed, it's like you have to react so fast and react quickly that it can be challenging.
For sure. And of course, this Cashback lineup, it's the strongest possible Ukrainian team on paper. So far, they have not shown that whatsoever. I think that's fair. We expect great things from them, but so far, I mean, honestly, let's be real. There's not that many matches left for the phase 1, right? If they really bum out here, like let's say they lose this and they don't even lose it with taking a point, they are in danger of not making it to the second phase.
They have to be top 6, right?
Yeah, they have to be top 6, and they're currently shared 5th, 6th with Sicarios. They both have 6, but CTR has 4. So CTR wins, Sicario takes a point, all of a sudden Cashback is 7th.
Well, that means that the next match day on May 12th, it could matter. Cashback's going to be playing CTR, so that could be a very important match depending on how today goes.
This is correct, yeah. That's CTR versus Cashback in the next match, and Sicarios is playing against Weekend. So for Sicarios, it's a potential, to be honest, in that match. So, you know, while we assume that Cashback will make it to phase 2, I think it's natural to assume such a thing. It's not granted right now.
No, it's not guaranteed. Really, for any of those teams from 5th to 8th. Well, I guess Lotus is
yeah, Lotus is not possible. Basically impossible. I would have to check every scenario, but like, it's not realistic, you know.
Yeah, I mean, even for Weekend, I guess technically, if they were to lose both days today, get no points, and somehow CTR was to win both days.
Yeah, that's a CTR is still max potential of 10 is their max potential. Where, you know, Cashback's max potential is not, it's technically 12, but you gotta keep in mind Cashback and CTR still play against each other, right? So only one of the 2 teams can take points there.
Yeah.
So we gotta look at it. But yeah, I think there's a world in which, you know, Cashback wins 1, CTR wins 2, Sicarios wins 1, you know, like, and all of a sudden it's Weekend that's out, sure. Yes, the other teams though, you know, W, Mafia, Hit and Run, they're looking at phase 2 already, you know, and they're already starting to think about those playoffs.
Oh, I'm sure. And for this match, I mean, speaking of the competition, there's going to be
it's the
Tundra.
First time.
What's that?
First time the whole season. Tundra.
Oh, Tundra?
Yeah.
Oh,
First time.
Wow. Okay. Well, Tundra, Ghost Town, and Cliff. And Tundra is an interesting map, I guess. I haven't even noticed that it's been the first time played. I watch back the games, and you know, I obviously as a player in NA, I have to watch the strategies and understand them. And I haven't even noticed actually that Tundra hasn't been played. I mean,
They've seen a
now
lot
that
of
we lost
Pilsen.
Muro, I'm surprised that we're not getting Tundra more.
Yeah, no, it's just I'm pretty sure I haven't seen Tundra once. Prediction wise, though, like I said, you know, I went for 3-2 for Weekend. The other one's 3-1 for Cashback. Could be wrong, could be right. You know,
But you have the lowest amount of prediction points at the moment, right? Banter asked me to point that out.
yeah, I don't know. It's like trying to provoke a reaction where there will be none. You know, it's like okay,
That
great.
sounds like a little bit of a reaction.
No, really.
No, okay.
That's rage
But,
bait right there. That's rage bait.
I'm good at that. You'll see. After you're on this this call with me a little bit longer, you'll see I'm very good at rage baiting for a 30-year-old man. Well, going into the lineup, Cashback's coming in with a lot of BZs. We can see that the 430 was banned from Weekend side. Actually, both sides, the 430 is banned. Cashback has 4 BZ75s, double Mivi, and a Tessac.
In return, Weekend opting for a different kind of strategy: 450Bs, double BZ, and a K91.
Yeah, that's interesting because the Tessac from Cashback is probably going to spot. I mean, they're getting so much info just on the beginning with the plane that a strat like Weekends might be crumbled just from the beginning, the second that the plane hits.
But then in return, though, you know, with the SAC, you have the problem that you have a little bit less combat ability, and of course the K91 is good at resetting a strike here or there as well,
Look at
adding
that.
some chip
All 7.
damage.
All
I'm-
7 spotted.
He should, right? I mean, it's either he spots 7 or he spots 0 because they're all going the other side. I think on this map, the plane is, I wouldn't say guaranteed, but like 99% you should hit it.
Yeah, it's one of the most impactful plane maps I would agree with because you should hit everything, and if you don't, then you know they're going the other way.
Except for in random Onslaught, because they will not understand. You know, spotting 0 for them is, Sunshine, minus 1.6. Spots out all the BZs. The double 50B will be taking the strike now. But that was a lot of damage there on towards Sunshine. The good thing, of course, for Weekend is that they do have a slightly heavier lower lineup to begin with. Good resets there from Liberty and the Sack as well, just being a little bit annoying. Evilok using a shot. Barbarian now peeking over against Trash Panda. Mindbreaker Little trying to do the same. They're doing a good number here against these BZs. Paradise, I think, will take the strike, but now the 50Bs from Weekend starting to commit, peeking out against Aka. They gotta be careful with that though. Clownzik, all of the BZs starting to train their guns towards them, but that's a big strike hitting home on all of those tanks. 3 of the Cashback tanks getting hit by multiple strikes over and over, but Clownzik in return down towards the one shot, and even the Tessac coming in with a little bit of crossfire damage. That's another strike there. That's the K91 strike. That's 500 as well. That's very impactful, and just like that, the HP swings back in favor of Weekend by about 400. And now, if they can somehow reset the game and play back over the strikes, that will be a huge advantage for them. But they got to hold on until then.
Yeah, the thing is, Weekend doesn't have a lot of pressure to do much in this moment. They've got both strikes, and actually we can see that Cashback is bringing Aphrodite and Liberty to push out the North, Kasank, and the first kill going in favor of Weekend. They're seeing this as an opportunity to push over. One of the BZs is left, so there's only 2 BZs and this Mivi that's a 2-shot. Another strike coming out, that could be a big one, another 500 damage in these BZs, and Weekend's just gonna keep pushing over aggressively or peeking into this. Another kill going into their favor, so 7 on 5 at the moment. I'm gonna back off. These strikes are coming off cooldown soon, so they might decide just to wait it out. They still have the ground to take both of these strikes at the moment, and it's gonna be Cashback on the back foot here.
Evilok in the meantime is very impactful. He could flank around here. He has to be careful about the way he engages though, because Barbarian is coming back in his own BZ as well. And I think Evilok respecting that right now, opting not to peek. Ooh, Barbarian with a good shot, finds the shot against Evilok, but Evilok I think hit the track there and got the retaliation. Hellrap from the side finds Little, who wanted to find Evilok, and now Mindbreaker left to his own devices and cash back. They have 7 tanks left standing, make that 6 as Liberty finally finds a kill in this battle. But look at the Cashback side compared to the Weekend side. They have more HP with 2 versus 6 guns in this one, but it does not matter. HP at the end of the day does not outweigh number of the guns, and Aphrodite here can try and chase Hellrap, but he's getting peeked by Sunshine, and it's gonna be Cashback to win the very first battle. Liberty still wants another kill in this one, but it's little too late. Cashback will not win the first battle. It will be Weekend.
No, I think really giving them both strikes, the fact that Weekend was able to take both, pretty uncontested. I mean, there was obviously the Tessac who got some resets on the double 50B, but those strikes are so impactful, especially when they're hitting home on 3 BZs like that. I mean, 425 times 3, that's about 1275 damage. So that times 2, they did that 2 times. That's a lot of damage.
There's even more. Like you have the 2 times the big strike, right? And then you had the small strike twice as well in that fight. And we'll see from the K91's strike damage, right, as well. So when we look at Kano, strike damage 2,575 and Paradise 1,700 in total. So Kano also had the big strike, right? So that is more than an entire BZ killed.
Yeah, just purely off strikes. I mean, and then Paradise 1,700 in strike damage. I mean, if you look at the cashback side, with the amount of health that the game ended with, if you just consider this damage and strikes, you can make that up in just purely strikes. So, you know, a lot of it was just decided on these strikes, and I didn't really like the way that cashback kind of just gave up bow strikes. I think you kind of have to contest at least one of them, but I think they probably chose not to when they saw the 50 Bs there.
Yeah, and then, you know, like, of course, there's Liberty does 3.8k damage in the Tessak. That's a huge amount of damage for a Tessak, but it remains a Tessak. It's not a brawler, right?
Yeah, that is good to point out. I didn't really see at what point that damage was dealt at. I mean, as we know, the Tessak has like 1,000 clip damage. So that's a very impactful tank, especially if you can get into a brawl and be able to just put in chip damage when no one is shooting at you. Yeah, it's funny. You wouldn't think a light tank is going to be second on damage in a brawly map like Tundra is. But it is Liberty playing it as well.
Yeah, and I know first battle goes the way of Weekend. And, you know, cashback, not just that they give up the strikes, but I feel like they're grouped up way too much for said strikes as well, in a way. When you're giving up double strike and you're playing together with 3 BZs on top of each other almost, it's kind of looking for trouble.
That sounds like a average Saturday night.
Yeah, I mean, if they're looking to get beat up, this is definitely working out.
Well, going up 1-0 already, that might put some of the predictions on edge here. I mean, I think what I saw, a lot of them predicted 1-3 in Cashback's favor, and we're already on 1 point for Weekend.
You're going against Banter now. This is not the kind of the talk that he likes to hear from you, bro. You know?
You know, I'll just go on whoever's side is winning. Well, going into our second game here, Weekend has banned the 50B, interestingly enough, even though they just brought them. Maybe they thought that Cashback would take a page out of their book. Both teams banning the 50B, and Weekend is bringing double BZ, double drawback, CS, and 2 430Us.
In return, Cashback opting for double BZ, CS, E50, triple 430U, so ditching that light tank. And just to remind everybody, it was Weekend that picked Tundra, though, so...
Look at the equipment on the 430U Clownzik. That's very interesting equipment. IRM,
improved aiming, fence. Might be going hill.
It has to be hill, yeah.
Yeah, no, he switched it. He switched it.
Okay. I was gonna say I wouldn't see why else he would bring that. But for the opening, looks like Weekend just going straight for gonna be contesting these strikes most likely. Cashback dodged a plane. Interesting enough, I'm not sure if you saw that, but they're 2 430Us. Liberty and
they dodged the plane.
Oh, all 3 actually.
They dodged the plane from what light tank?
Yeah, no light tank, but you don't know that when the game starts.
I know.
Yeah,
you kind of play around the fact that there might be a light tank, right?
Yeah. But Cashback make a different approach this time, immediately contesting the strike. That might be an opportunity for Weekend to push this. They're going to have to get the reset. Okay, actually, they have a strike tank for this reset, which is going to force Cashback into this peak. Barbarian taking a lot of damage just to get up and close to this fight, and they're going to contest this. Cashback is going to make a push. Akiyama is going over. Squeezy is going to be peeking into this as well. They're taking the damage. That means they need to follow up with the punish. Sunshine going down 1,000, and Cashback just full sending over at the moment. They're going to have to focus out Sunshine here. Barbarian's low HP. Weekend is going for that pick on Barbarian, and Sunshine's boosting back over into Squeezy.
It is going to be a very close fight here, but I think Cashback tries too much to take this advantage in the beginning. They do find the first 2 kills though on Paradise and Sunshine. Liberty backing away in that 430U. If he can get far away down that 1 line, it's going to be pretty big as well for Cashback, of course, because that's a gun in the game. Trash Panda now going on towards Squeezy, but he needs a little bit of a follow-up. Gano is coming as well in CS63. 1 shot will probably not be enough onto that 430U. So a good ram there from the CS63. Clownzik low as well. Liberty did make it out. The Clownzik is dead in return, but in the meantime, Weekend still leading by HP, but they're not having the guns, and Little almost dodges the strike, but not quite enough. And Trash Panda and Kano are on clean-up duty. Kano with another. Aka will get one more shot out on towards the CS63. More likely than not, he does find it. Good job there from the BZ, but it's 3-on-2. Hellrap in a situation where he's trying to do as much as he can while he can, but it's only going to be one shot. No, Liberty misses. The strike coming out, that one will not hit. But Hellrap will get another. No, actually, the stun. His teammate stun made it so he couldn't get a shot. Did you see that?
I did, yeah. That was a close one. And now 2-on-2, I mean, the HP isn't too close, but this is still a possible game for either side. Myburger does have a full level 3 strike on his CS. And it looks like Kano is going to go back and play the strikes, which is a good play from Weekend. So as long as they take these strikes, they could probably just make a push off that. Liberty makes a really good connection. Every single shot is critically important at this point in the game. And now I think Cashback knows that Weekend's going to be playing for the strikes. They can see it. Once CS is already about to pick up the strike, Mindbreaker is going to be probably striking that. But I think it's just maybe a little too late. Does he get it in time?
He got it. He got it.
I don't know. He didn't actually.
No, he did.
So,
Kano's 3 taking.
well, sorry.
Off.
I meant Kano didn't.
Ah, I thought you meant Mindbreaker get a strike on time.
Yeah, that's true.
Same thing. Same thing.
So,
same thought.
Yeah, same thoughts, just opposite sides. But the thing is, they might be able to catch Kano leaving here. Myburger's watching an angle. No, actually, okay, Kano does get out unspotted. I was going to say, with the angle they have from the 2 line and the 7 line, they should be able to shoot anywhere on the strike, but they weren't able to spot Kano there. And now, this is scary for Cashback. Weekend is taking 2 strikes. That means the second that a Cashback tank gets spotted, instantly blows up.
Yeah, the problem is here, I think, if you're Weekend, feel free to disagree. More likely than not, you just opt to retake the hill with your both tanks, because there's a radio tower on top of that hill as well. You know that the 430U is a 2-shot. If you can take the radio tower, you will kill anything, right? There's no denying it either. So I feel like going back towards the hill is your best possible play.
Yeah, they need to take a radio tower, and for Cashback, they need to do something unpredictable, because they know that Weekend has the 2 strikes. They have to try to catch something off guard. So that's why, as we can see, Mindbreaker, they're not going to take the radars, because the second they touch the radar, they're going to get struck. And surprisingly, Weekend's just going to wait, I think. But I agree. I think if you just go take one of these radars, Weekend...
Bad timing. Trash Panda finds Liberty out in the open. He's dead. Yeah, like you said, I mean, it looks a bit weird that Cashback is moving, but it doesn't. It's not that weird, guys. You know, they have double strike. They have to try something. They have to try and cancel somebody out, because this happens if you don't. You know, Mindbreaker just takes 850 to the face. So, you know, Cashback had to try something in that regard to try and deny them before they get to that radio tower, right? But sadly, Liberty just runs into Trash Panda. That's the game over. And Cashback, talking about them, they tried to force this DE line play, right? This fight, but they were pushing in first without doing the initial damage. They took the initial damage. That's a really hard push to make at that point.
Yeah, as we saw, Barbarian took like 1,000 something going over, and they didn't give much in return. And additionally, Barbarian was a little bit split. Now, at this moment, Mindbreaker is able to buy time, but yeah, there we go. Weekend picks it up. It was going from a hard match when there was 2 versus 2 to impossible once it turned into a 1 versus 2. But yeah, that push was, I think, I understand why they wanted to do it. But there was just so much HP there from Weekend's side. It's not going to be easy to find a pick. You know, it's not like they have a CS, whereas Cashback was on with a CS on the strike. There was just not an easy pick, and they took a lot of punish, as you pointed out, going over.
Both teams basically had like a mirror kind of lineup in terms of fighting ability. I don't think there was much differences in it in terms of tanks. So when you take the initial damage and then you push, like the only real difference is E50 versus 430U, right? And then the Dravis versus BZ. So basically roughly the same. But when you take the initial damage and then you push, it's really hard to make it work. It will always be really hard. And honestly, in the end game scenario, like super late, they even got a little bit of luck that Kano's CS stunned, I think it was Hellrap, because of the stun, you know, stun impacts your crew, impacts your reload, he got 1 less shot on Liberty. Liberty would have been a 1-shot already, right? So that was even very lucky for Cashback, because then he's a 1-shot to 1 strike, and then it's real trouble.
Yeah, if that happened, there might have been a way for them to get back into that game, if that did not happen, but... Yeah, it's hard sometimes to hit those strikes, you know, especially if a tank's on the move. I've been in that situation so many times. I'm sure many people have. Um, Man, it's hard to predict where someone's gonna turn.
Oh yeah,
But Tundra,
if you're in like a 430, you're in your own speed, you can kind of dodge, to be honest. Almost anything
yeah,
can dodge on speed. It's just like heavies that cannot really dodge.
yeah, that is true. Um,
Well,
well,
we can pick
coming out of
Tundra.
Tundra here, yeah, and that was a good pick from them. I think a lot of teams are going to be banning Tundra potentially in the future against them. And that was yeah, that ruined a lot of predictions just purely based off that that game.
I don't
Going into
think
Ghost
you
Town.
understood Banter's instructions before the match, bro.
Well, I told you I'm picking whoever side is winning right now. So I told you before this game started. Let's be fair. I did say 3-2. I think Ghost Town is 100% going to be in Cashback's favor.
I think so too.
But they're both pretty innovative on this map. I will say. I remember Weekend used to do a really interesting strat with no light tank. They would go double I7, one I7 for each side of the map. And I think Weekend has like some pretty unique strats on this. You know, they're well known for like just being like a push team. But I think Ghost Town's kind of one of the maps they do shine on for playing it strategically and well. So both teams are actually well known, I'd say, for being good on this map.
Yeah, I would still favor Cashback, I think, because it's a slower map, especially now with the mini strikes. Bans, both teams banning EBR, not too surprising, to be honest, in that regard. Gives us Dravets, double Kireni 1, Leopard 1, E4, and double light for Cashback.
For Weekend, double Dravets, T57 heavy, Type 5 heavy, Hurricane, which is just a CS, K91, and 1 RHM. So Cashback's going to have the favor of the light tanks in this, and we can see the equipment, especially for Sunshine. He's got CVS and low noise, so he doesn't have optics. Whereas on the Cashback side, Liberty is running low noise and optics, so that'd be that.
Turbo, which
Yeah, and Aka's turbo.
probably going towards the strike, I guess.
I would think zero line to reset the strike, but I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I guess it can work for both, right? To be on the strike earlier on the 7 line or for 0 line.
Well, if he's going to strike, I wouldn't think he'd bring low noise, potentially like HP. But yeah, as we can see, he's actually going straight into the middle in the 9 line. Paradise is committing to this strike. So that means that Cashback should be able to find... Oh, wow. A lot of damage coming on the Sunshine. That's really important on a light tank, especially considering Weekend has only 1 light tank, and he's already down to half health. This reset should come out onto Paradise from either Liberty or Aka. There we go. They also mini strike it. So now Mindbreaker is picking up the strike, but Sunshine's going to be scared to peek this. He's already half health. He is spotted at the moment. He's been playing, and Cashback has another plane on Liberty, so Sunshine can't really peek this. They do get a mini strike reset, but Mindbreaker gets onto the strike first, so he's going to be picking up again.
Paradise made a mistake there. He was blinding towards 0 line when his teammates was resetting the strike, so he wasn't taking the strike. So Mindbreaker just drove back on it, and they have to commit another mini strike before a reset comes out. It's just small stuff there. But when we look at both sides, it's Squeezy left with a strike. Everybody else is out of it, so it will be Cashback's strike, normally speaking.
Yeah, it should be Cashback's because, well, Sunshine can't peek and Cashback has 2 lights. But Sunshine does get a reset here. Liberty has a plane, so, I mean, Sunshine's got to be really careful. He's dropping the plane right now. We'll have to see if Sunshine peeks this or not.
Good shot by Paradise, though. Sunshine does get reset. You know, the light bulb has a delay, right? So Sunshine was peeking, got spotted. Peaks, Mindbreaker does get the reset, but Paradise has been blinding Liberty a little bit as well, you know? Hitting 1 or 2 blinds there in return. Also, Evilock took the strike on 1 line, so we'll probably use it on Mindbreaker, I would guess. Or not.
Mindbreaker gets a strike. That's also really important. They're going to be focusing Sunshine here. The pick is really important on this light tank. As I said, once he's down and out, Cashback's going to have full control of the outsides of the map. But they don't know where Sunshine is. They don't have planes anymore. Both Aka and Liberty are out of their plane, and they don't know if Sunshine's still there. So it looks like Mindbreaker thinks that Sunshine's left. We can see he's blinding out. But also, look, they're going to be able to pick out Paradise here. Little's getting out some damage, and the only answer that Weekend's going to have is this Hurricane in A8. Sunshine did just use his plane. Little is spotted. They're going to mini-strike him to get the plane back on the Sunshine because no damage came out. Actually, that was a big strike. So Sunshine does get his plane again. Also means that Liberty can't really freely peek Paradise because the angle from the Hurricane, in addition to the Dravik. Plane coming out onto Little here. So if he has the light bulb and he's sitting safe, it's going to be hard for Weekend to get a plane back on this.
And nobody has a mini strike either, so Sunshine will be without a plane for quite a while. Little was entirely safe in that K91, good to know. But the 129 strike is coming back up.
Yep, and Weekend has that for free. And additionally, the 8-line strike is coming back up. But the difference is neither teams have planes. And do they even have little strikes? Okay, well, Cashback has 2 little strikes. So this 8-line strike should 100% be in favor of Cashback to take that. We see Cashback is rotating some tanks over, it looks like, potentially towards the 1-2. I mean, Squeezy and Aphrodite are kind of set up to receive a push there. Evil is taking this. He will not be getting spotted, so Squeezy's going to have to try to blind that. Evil's going to have to be quick to drop this, though, on the Dravik. I'm not even sure if he has time. He might save it on Mindbreaker. Yeah, I don't think he had enough time, so Mindbreaker is going to pick up the strike for free. And I think at this point, it's just going to be a game of whoever can kill the Dravik on the cap, or on the strike here. And it looks like it's... I mean, Cashback is able to just free farm this. Liberty is not going to get spotted. There's no plane from Sunshine. He might just get a plane randomly over time. And look at Liberty, ballsy enough to take the radar. I mean, he knows that Sunshine doesn't have a plane. That's going to be big information. They know that Sunshine's still there. Mindbreaker's going to strike that, most likely, knowing that Sunshine's there, because that's really important. Liberty's dropping a plane. Sunshine is spotted. Paradise is going down. Sunshine's going to get caught here. This is not looking good for Weekend.
No, it's not. Paradise is dead, and now Aka and Liberty looking to execute Sunshine. Kano taking a shot. Rush Panda, Clownzik onto that strike and cap. It's going to be a really tough game here for Weekend. They're currently quite getting outplayed, and Aka finds the shot on towards that RHM, but he gets spotted out. He's spotted in the bush line. Kano is absolutely dominating him. Hellrap as well. Sunshine got a plane off of that, and Aka is dead in the water. Sunshine tries to peek it though, and he dies in return. There was a strike coming in as well, but not necessary from Sunshine. Could have potentially dodged the strike, but will not dodge Aka's shot. However, the light is dead.
Yeah, that was a great last stand. I mean, he was on like 1 shot of health and managed to trade out a full RHM in return. I mean, that was just great. But the problem for Weekend, they don't have a plane anymore now. And Cashback still has a light, and they have control of the strikes as well. So strike, radar, a nice shot coming out from Clownzik, but he takes 1 in return from Aphrodite. And a rotation coming out from Weekend. They're going to be going to contest this 1 line, which might not be the worst push, but Cashback is going to have a big strike. Big strike coming out on Liberty does connect. It hits home, but he's going to be able to get this radar now. I guess they're going to probably focus this strike onto the Hurricane, most likely would be my guess, either him or the Type 5. And Kano is pushing down the 3 line. They're going for this pick on Aphrodite. I think this is going to be their play. It looks like they're rotating the K91 as well. They're going to have to try to push out this 1 line, it looks like, from their positioning.
Well, someone will have to get Aphrodite, yeah, but without a plane, it will be Leopard sitting safe on K4, which is Squeezy with an overlook position. The E4, I think, has an angle as well of Barbarian as the Leopard shot. Now the E4 about to be reloaded. It's Liberty coming in with another one as well. And honestly, Aphrodite in that bush, I don't think he'll ever be spotted either, unless he opts to get spotted.
Yeah, and Evil's not going to know, because when he does get spotted, he's going to think it's Squeezy spotting. Afro is coming out of the bush. They pick up Trash Panda while he's pushing down the 1 line, and now the HP is not looking good. And not only that, the tanks alive do not look good. This looks like Cashback's most likely to be picking up this round, unless there's some tragedy that occurred. But just little brawls going here and there. Clownzik against Little, and Clownzik does get picked up by Barbarian. Only 2 tanks remaining for Weekend. And yeah, this is Cashback's win.
Yeah, round 1. I mean, it all comes off of that 0-line play, right, with Little. I think in the K91, Sunshine has to use, or opts to use his plane, doesn't get a replane, and then afterwards the Dravet is just slowly dying.
Yeah, they had, I think that the difference really is Cashback had like a really, like heavy 9-0 control, you know, with the double light and K91, compared to Weekend was just kind of playing for resets with just Sunshine on the 0 line, and then the CS and A8 who rotated there actually. So it was kind of like one was playing to actually get the pick on the Dravets, and the other was playing just for the resets. But double light tank, I mean, realistically, you should be winning 9-0 when you have double light tank against 1 light tank. That's just how it should go. You have more information with double light.
Maybe the turbo pick at the end was to spot out Sunshine going 0 line, because I think it was Aka that spotted him going. and he took some damage on the crossing, which didn't help Sunshine's case either, but nonetheless, I think the result would probably remain the same even if he was full HP, because they were finding angles against that Dravitz on the cap, and as long as he dies, there's nothing they can really do about it.
Yeah, that might be actually. I'm not sure on the timing on that. So yeah, if he was spotted, then that was probably the reason they did that. I know I've seen W in the past with like a T100. They go to a not that exact spot, but something similar, and they can spot the zero line cross. In the post-battle weekend, not able to put out too much. I mean, look at Sunshine, just 86 total damage. A lot of that was HE, but his assist is really what was valuable in picking up that RHM, which was Akka. And Paradise, that's a really uncomfortable position to play. I know I've played there as well, trying to pick up that strike. Able to block 3.6Ks quite a bit. For Cashback, Little doing a lot of damage, 6K Barbarian. Wow, getting out a lot there as well. I didn't even notice where he was getting most of his damage, but I think some of it was on the zero line on Sunshine. But also Mindbreaker able to get 5.1k out. I think a lot of that was on the one line as well. Or no, he was actually on the strike, so he was also putting out a lot of damage in the Sunshine most likely. But just good performance on Cashback, strong showing, just able to control the outside against Weekend. And that's going to show Weekend they're either going to have to play a stronger outside control, or they might even switch things up and maybe do a push through the cap or through City, as we know Weekend for doing.
Let's see if they decide to switch it up. They could also opt for 3 lights, you know, it's a possibility. 3 lights, 4K91s, and you just control all the strikes.
Or maybe like their Sand River strat with 5 Dravets and like double K91.
Yeah, sure.
That's pretty wild. But yeah, I think honestly, what point is it like diminishing returns with lights? When do you think is too many?
It's like, I think it works like this. If you play 1 and they play 2, you're in trouble. If you play 2 and they play 3, you're in. It's always like 1 extra is fine. Once you have like 2 extra, it starts becoming a problem.
So you should always bring 7.
Sure. This time around though, double type, double K91, double Dravets, and an RHM for Weekend.
Pretty similar lineup overall. And for Cashback, they're bringing double Dravex, K91, Leo, E4, RHM, and a T100. The T100 is full spotting. So that could be for spotting the zero line cross, kind of similar to what they did last game. I'm not really sure the difference in why they bring a T100 over RHM, potentially like the speed of the RHM in the past. But T100 is opening towards the zero line, same with Liberty as well. No one is contesting. Actually, Mindbreaker will probably be contesting the strike. I was going to say, no one is contesting the strike from Weekend side. Weekend full opening towards the west side of the map. Double type 5, probably going into the city. So Cashback's going to be able to get this strike for free. Once they see that no one is contesting this side, they might go back and even take this radar. Aka's slowly creeping down the 8 line, 9 line, but he's covered by the Leo, K91, E4, and Dravets. So if anything was to be down this 8 line, it would most likely blow up. Cashback is taking the strike for free. In addition, they're not getting shot, they're not getting lit. So that's giving a lot of info that Weekend is on the other side of the map.
And Liberty will react by taking the radio tower, or try to take the radio tower, but Clownzik is starting to make his way there. Sunshine does use his plane, and Clownzik wants to get a shot on that. Will he be able to do so? That's a different question, though. Ooh, there is a shot delivered on Liberty, and now Clownzik misses. If that HE would have bent or hit, whew, that would have been something.
Yeah, that could have been a pretty big deal there, but a big rotation is coming out from Cashback in response. They did have the radar, so they have all the info of where Weekend is. It looks like Cashback may be uncertain what they want to do. They were rotating towards the 1 line, but it looks like they've kind of stabilized a little bit, and they're just slowing this down. They do have control of this 8 line strike as long as they want to sit there, and Weekend has not taken this 1 line strike yet. Or sorry, did I say 1 line for Cashback? I mean 8 line. Weekend's probably not going to be able to take this 1 line strike, because, I mean, Cashback does have a strike, a little strike on both their K91 and Leo 1. So Hellrap does get reset. Cashback's looking for the angles on Hellrap. In the meantime, we have Mindbreaker just waiting for the strike to come back up on the 8 line. Hellrap trying again, but Squeezy does have a little strike, so they can buy more time with that. A big strike does go down on this K91. Does connect, and Weekend starting to put some cap pressure. The other Type 5 is driving up to this cap as well. Looks like they're going to try to double cap pressure, but isn't going to be too fruitful if that happens, considering that cashback has a lot of strikes in their pocket.
Mindbreaker retaking the one on the 7 line, but so far neither team truly ahead though. Weekend has the extra HP, but I don't think any team has an opportunity to end the other right now. Liberty wants to take that information tower yet again. He needs to be careful though, because there is another K91 sneaking back across, which is Kano, and they may opt to go and reset him once more, but Kano gets spotted out. Liberty takes it. Sunshine does not use his plane, and Aka has made it all the way into K0.
Yeah, and that's full info for cashback at the moment. Some movement on the map as well. The Dravets of Mindbreaker is pushing down the 7 line. I think he's going to commit to this fight against Kano. Does make a good connection there.
Sunshine finds one back in the RHM, but Akana moving in as well. A K91 coming back across one of the Type 5s on the cap, and Kano, I think, realizing now the trouble he's in, he's trying to make what could be his last stand in this moment in time. Dravets rotating as well, and Kano screaming for help properly. Sunshine taking quite a bit as well, running away on the K line. That's a double light there, covering against him. Kano does make it out. Kano taking some damage as well, and Paradise starting to re-push here, actually. Unspotted Type 5 coming back as well. I don't know if this is the engagement Cashback really wanted, because the Type 5s, they're moving back in. Trash Panda's got to be careful, though, in his Type 5, but Paradise is the playmaker.
Yeah, Cashback is not expecting this. Look at the Leo in A4 and the Dravets in A1, or in D1. They were just starting to move now, but look at the positions of Weekend. This Dravets is already here, ready for this push. He's coming behind on the 7 line, and it looks like there's going to be a fight down in the south there, as we can see on the bottom left. Paradise has pushed around Mindbreaker. They're going to pick up Mindbreaker, and they're going to keep pushing out the 0 line, most likely. A lot of damage going into Paradise, actually. Maybe Barbarian making a good connection, looked like, from there. And Mindbreaker's going to go down here. This is a full rotation from Weekend, but in return, Cashback is going to pick out the strike and going to pick up Kano, a first kill going in for in Cashback's favor by Aka, and Weekend does return that kill.
And Trash Panda's going to be really careful in his Type 5, because Barbarian's going to keep free peeking him here. Mini Strike coming out as well. Barbarian making the peek. Trash Panda looking for the shot, but Barbarian has to reload before him. They do trade it out 1 for 1. Clownzik now coming as well. And Cashback did a really good job at killing Kano, who went in a little bit too early, to be honest. Aka does make it out, by the way, in the meantime, from that K0 position. Trash Panda's going to be careful, because the crossfire is there. Barbarian not connecting that one. But Trash Panda is dead. He's dead in the water.
Yeah, that spot is interesting. I don't know what happened for him to end up there, but I mean, Type 5 against an E4 is not fun. The E4 is going to pen every single shot and also take less damage in return. Little stuck here on the 0 line. Does take a strike, a big strike to his face. But now we can see Cashback has 2 strikes. Little is getting planed out. Gonna have to see if Weekend has angles on that. He is spotted at the moment. Clownzik probably looking for a shot here, aiming it, but misses. So Little will survive, and that means that Sunshine does not get a plane in return.
I feel like the biggest problem over there was the fact that Kano went in a little bit too early and gave himself up. That in combination with Trash Panda, right? Trash Panda was on the 6 line and went to the 7 line, and that was not worth it for the Type. They could have had, honestly, 2 extra guns alive at this moment in time, of which one a full HP Type 5.
Yeah, the full HP Type 5, I don't think it was necessary for him to really take much damage at all. He could have played a lot further back and just looked for punish on the 0 line, because this lighting was going to have to run. I think that it looks like Weekend's kind of struggled to have planes at critical moments when they needed them. Like, they don't have planes when they're needing the spot cashback. So a little bit of plane mismanagement, I would say, as well. Aka is pushing down the 1 line. They have 3 strikes at the moment, so the next person that gets spotted is going to eat a lot of strikes to their face, and that's going to be Paradise. 3 strikes dropped. That should be a kill, most likely. And there we go. So they pick it up, and not only that, but Cashback can just keep taking strikes if they want to play it slow.
So both teams looking, I think it's fair to say, are going to be winning their respective map pick 2-0.
Yeah, so that means we're going to be going to the tiebreaker, it looks like. I mean, this game you might be wondering at home, this game doesn't look too over. It's only 3k HP difference, but Cashback does have the full map control strikes, and they have 2 additional tanks. And they have 2 light tanks, which is really important on Ghost Town. So This is almost definitely going to be a win for cashback. I believe that was the tiebreaker. What was it? Cliff? Is that what it was?
I can tell you in a second. It is going to be Cliff.
Okay.
And obviously,
so
Weekend gets to pick the side.
Yeah. Huh, okay, that'll be interesting. I always love watching Cliff. It's just a fun, full, all-out brawl map. Compared to Ghost Town, sometimes you get games like this, slow, methodical, turns out to be an 8-minute game. Cliff, rarely an 8-minute game. It's fast, just full fighting. Little against Evil here is not going to have enough HP to pick up this kill, but just get out some damage. It's the end of the game. Might just trade his life for this. But cashback coming in with the reinforcements. The cavalry is here. Evil one man. It's like the Alamo. Just one man wins against the world.
Well. Ghost Town, we said it was cashback favorite, and they delivered upon it as well. 2-0 on that one for them. 2-0 was the score for Weekend on Tundra, giving us a 2-2 tiebreaker. Now, after having watched all this external, what do we think on Cliff? Do we feel confident in our predictions?
You know what? I think cashback is probably better on Cliff. So, given what I know at the moment, even though I said 3-2 earlier, and I hope I'm right, just for prediction's sake. But I think cashback's probably better on Cliff.
You think so?
I think so. I've seen a lot of cashback Cliff gameplay, and yeah, I think they know the map really well, especially with Barbarian. Barbarian knows this map well. So, what do you think?
I honestly have no clue. I'm kind of feeling like cashback wins it. That would be sad,
Yeah.
Be sad for Weekend as well.
Cashback needs the points, right? So I think they really need to win this as well. I mean, okay, and Weekend picked North Cliff. How do you feel about the difference between North and South Cliff for Onslaught?
I feel North is a bit better because better access. What do you feel like?
Yeah, North has a few key differences. Like, I think that they have the pocket in like D4, where a BAD or CS often goes, and that's really strong for supporting middle. Whereas the south side just has D2. And I think the north side also has a better 9-line. It's easier to defend, in my opinion, and especially when you get uphill. But the difference is the south side has a really strong punish for going uphill. There's a really clear shot to shoot from the 2 line, the tanks going up the cliff, up the hill to the lighthouse, whereas the north side doesn't really have a great angle to punish. So going back to the predictions, it looks like the only one who is still in the running here is Daki with a 3-2 prediction for Weekend.
Unbelievable.
All 3 others predicted just 1 round win for Weekend, who is currently sitting on 2 at the moment.
Let's see. I mean, I'm mainly curious to start with the bans, because we've seen a lot of 50Bs on Cliff. Will either team ban it?
Yeah, I mean, the Cliff, the biggest ban is usually a BZ, right? I mean, BZ's, like, there's literally no other tank that can replace a BZ. Any other tank that has that healing ability is, like, giga slow. So, I think the BZ's, like, almost always the most common ban on Cliff. But yeah, maybe one team will opt to ban the BZ, the other will opt to ban the 50B. I think the 50B could be pretty powerful, especially if they want to just do a push strat. Actually, okay, yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Both teams opting to ban the 50B, which means the BZ is open to be played. For cashback, they're bringing out 3 BZs, can opener. Okay, no, sorry, they're still changing up some tanks at the moment. So 4 BZs and 3 50Ms for cashback.
Weekend in return, triple BZ, double BAD, a CSA3, and a light, so they will have the information advantage, but will they be able to convert that into a real advantage?
Yeah, the problem is once the light hits, cashback immediately knows they have an advantage in fighting, just taking a brawl, because a light tank in a brawl is, it's hard to get into the fight. I mean, you don't have as much health, you don't have as much DPM. Weekend opening completely towards the middle. Cashback is sending 1 tank towards the 1 line, so this could be an all-out middle brawl. 6 tanks spotted, it looks like, from cashback. Weekend was able to drop the light and get 6 And cashback's turning already with 2 E50Ms, surprisingly.
Evolog, Paradise, Kano, all spotted crossing over. The BZs from Cashback trying to do some damage. They find one shot, but we gotta keep in mind those E50Ms that turned around. They are now gonna be coming down on 2-line with 3 of them versus the 3 tanks from Weekend. We're not really ready for this one.
Yeah, this is going to be impending doom on the 2-line. They will have the strike, most likely, but they're going to die in return. I mean, 3 50Ms plus the CS. They've got to turn tail and run out of here. Weekend, Paradise going for the south side, potentially going to take a lot of punish from middle. Getting out is the important part, though. And now full rotation towards the middle from Weekend. They're going to have to pick up this on Barbarian. Barbarian's going over and getting pushed.
Where is he with his BZ right now? Why is Barbarian even there? I don't know. He's down towards... He's dead. He's dead.
Yeah. That was tragic, but I mean, Weekend's stuck in the middle, so even getting that big pick there, I mean, it's going to be hard to convert. They don't have the hill. They don't have Donut. That is just a losing position in general, but they do have the Archim behind. Kano taking a lot of damage. Little's pushing up in the middle. Should be able to pick up the Kano and the CS here. A little strike coming out, maybe gonna hit home here. It does from Tiebreaker. That's a good strike. And both Clownzik and Hellrap are pushing on the Little now. It's gonna be on cashback to get a lot of damage out in these in return.
Yeah, Hellrap missed his first shot though against Little, and now Little is boosting as well in towards Hellrap. Hellrap is trying to get back over the ramp. He's getting owned by the E50Ms from 1-2 line. Little down towards the one-shot. Thrash Panda coming now in. Can he finish? No, it's not going to be him. He's moving back over. And now that one missed shot is starting to really act up here against Hellrap. He's taking a lot of extra damage because of it. The E50Ms pushing back across the middle, but Hellrap finds Squeezy though with a shot from nowhere on towards 1-2 line, and now Liberty back in towards the middle. And all this time, let's not forget, Sunshine has been farming away in that RHM, putting in shot after shot after shot against those tanks. Another one against Liberty. That's the second we've seen him hit already against the C50M. He's going to continue doing so as well, since he simply has that HP, and Liberty is dead. And it's 6 tanks left standing for Weekend and just 3 for Cashback, who seemed to have a great opening, but we gotta ask, Barbarian, where was he going?
Yeah, that was clearly a mistake, and you know, these players, they might make 99 good plays, and sometimes just that one mistake could end up losing a game. And I think in this case, yeah, that was just clearly a mistake, which happens.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, Aka went onto the hill, but where was Barbarian going? And it's, you don't really want to focus on a singular player, right? But in this case, how is he on their side of the ramp when they're repushing 1-2?
Yeah, that was a really bad situation. I didn't see really how he ended up there, but the fact that he was so far committed over, I mean, he could have just been like in the middle ground where he could still reverse, but he was like committed.
Yeah, he was in too deep, and I think Weekend punished that very, very well. And I think Sunshine had a pretty good battle as well in that light. He's careful here though.
He might lose this trade actually. HE coming out from Mindbreaker, and if he rams him, it might turn him into just a 2-shot. Sunshine's gonna have to connect too. He's gotta make sure he pens this. He does not pen it. That means Sunshine's most likely gonna be going down in this trade. This could be a way back into the game for Cashback actually.
The strike coming out, is it gonna hit on Mindbreaker? It does. Paradise to save the game there. Sunshine. Ay. Maybe spoke a little bit too soon. Aka now moving in. Clownzik, however, is ready to body check him though. Aka has to shoot because he wants to get Trash Panda, but Trash Panda will not give himself up. Okay, you know, we can make it a little bit close for fun, to be honest. I guess, for the sport, the love of the game. But nonetheless, they will be ending it out. Paradise surviving all of that, by the way. Surviving all of that. Went through the south side of the donut, crossed the F line, back across the middle, around the hill, and lived through it. And Weekend will be winning this match 3-2. Well done, next to no. Well done. Great prediction.
Yeah, that was well done. Yeah, both of us actually, we predicted the same thing. Quite funny. But yeah, that was a good match. I think excellent showing. I mean, both teams had their map pick they had great showings on, and this cliff just really came down to that misplay from Barbarian. I mean, as we know, Barbarian's a really consistent player, so that's pretty uncharacteristic of him. I think he maybe just accidentally boosted or something. I'm not sure what happened. I would guess he accidentally boosted and just got too far committed or something. That could happen, you know, just misclick on your boost button. But as you can see from the post damage, Aphrodite was able to pump out a lot, 5.5k. So that was a pretty good push coming from the one line, getting Donut and being able just to pump out the damage there. Little made a really good play too, from what I remember, pushing up Hell Wrap, I believe it was, because Aphrodite was just able to farm off of that. And Weekend also with Sunshine was able to get a lot, 4.1k. But if Sunshine was able to have a slightly better trade, maybe it would have even been a more decisive game. It was Weekend who won, but that 3-line push with Sunshine against the CS was a little bit scuffed.
Yeah, and that comes off of the little play comes off of the one bounce from Hellrap, right? Goes in with the BZ, misses his shot, and because of that, he takes so much extra damage. So there's a lot of stuff there still for both sides that could have gone different, to be honest. But nonetheless, Weekend picks up those 2 points. I think that also, like, remember the little mat we did earlier? That's completely gone now as well. And for Cashback,
Yeah.
I mean, 1 point, yeah, it's something. It separates them from Sicarios by 1 point, but, you know, it's not quite enough just yet.
Yeah, not quite enough, but these points are also important for Weekend just to further guarantee themselves being in the top 4. So that is good for Weekend, and it's going to be interesting to see now W and CTR. I mean, CTR is also needing these points pretty bad, and W is going to be a tough matchup against them. So that's coming up next in our next match.
Indeed, the next match will be an important one. All of them are important at this point in time for those bottom standings. Will Cashback drop out of the top 6? Only one way to find out. We're going to have to look at the rest of the matches. But before that, let's take it away with some replays.
W just continuing through. I don't think he's making it. That's going to be a lot of BPM. This will be a hard one for Mafia. It's not looking good. He's going to disappear. Pretty bad for cashback. He's dead. They are doing damage, but they're not stopping this train of W tanks pushing forward. He's a one-shot Itox with one more kill. They can't really do anything. Hit and run seems to be outnumbered. It will be crushed under the heel of W.
Well, hello there and welcome back to the second match of the day. The first one already quite the banger, to be honest. Let's hope this one delivers. W against CTR. Bunter, what's your take?
It's a bit of a hard one to predict. CTR, they've underperformed. I think W's underperformed as well this season relative to where they were last season. So might be a little bit of a close affair. My prediction doesn't say that, but there's definitely potential here for both teams to get some points.
I mean, CTR, yeah, you could say they are performing below expectations, at least compared to last season. For W, honestly, I feel like they've started turning it around, especially with the last playday with the 3-0 against Cashback. Then again, Cashback this season seem like a team that can be hurt.
Yeah, Cashback this season looking a bit like Weekend last season, where they're just not gelling to the same level that they were in previous tournaments. I mean, sure, W 3-0'd them, but I don't think W were that special in that game. You know, from a tactical perspective, I don't think they were that far ahead. And Cashback, as you've mentioned, are struggling. So, yeah, we'll need to see. I mean, this is a big test for W to see if they can climb some points in the leaderboard. CTR, they need some points on the leaderboard. It's now or never. Otherwise, if they don't get some points here, they will be out.
Well, first of all, let's take a look at Mentos, time and time again, performing very, very well for W. Far above 3,000 DPG, 1.6 KD, and I mean, we're talking down W quite a lot, but to be honest, W, they have 4 victories in 5 matches, so it couldn't all have been bad.
No, it can't have been, but obviously a lot of the upper teams, they're going to be keeping some of their main strategies, and not all of these victories were, 3-0. Some of them were tiebreakers, so we'll need to see. I mean, I just think we all, when we have W versus Mafia, W versus Hit and Run, we don't tend to vote for W victory, even though we know they can do it, just because of the lack of consistency. And that's what I want to see from W, a bit more consistency, because they should be taking this game 3-0, but with my predictions, even I'm not sure.
Well, let's see. First of all, the maps that are going to be played, Tundra and Cliff voted out. This leaves Ghost Town to start with, and CTR then opting for Westfield, a map that we haven't really seen that much, to be honest, in OLS, whereas Ghost Town, pretty frequent. And if we go to Tiebreaker, then it would be Ensk, but first of all, we of course have to get there.
Yeah, we have seen CTR play Westfield earlier in the season. They played against Hit and Run, and they almost took a victory on that map, so I'm kind of curious to see what CTR do in it. In the previous season, it was Runeberg that was their pocket pick, that they had very nice win rate on. Now it might be Westfield, but we'll need to see in this game. And yeah, I'm kind of curious. I think we went for the same prediction, 3-0, which is for W, which is a bold one. Even I'm reconsidering that prediction. I think Daki's 3-1 is a bit more accurate, but
I think it's this classic 3 to 0.5.
Yeah.
Like where you're not sure.
So if it's 3-0 or 3-1, we get points, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like if I could have, I would have, but well, not possible, of course. So flipping a coin, I went with a 0. You did as well. Phil did as well, and that is looking good for us because Phil pretty high up on the prediction leaderboard. But well, Daki, the only one out of all of us to predict what happened in the previous match. So maybe he has some kind of information advantage.
Ian predicted 3-2 as well, but we don't show him. He's Scottish. But yeah, I mean, Daki's above you now, which is a concern.
Did he do it again? That is a big concern indeed, man. I gotta hope for the clean 3-0 then, and to make up another point.
It's like Daki always says he doesn't care, but I'm looking at the spreadsheet and he's like inputting the numbers, man, just to show that he
was
you.
Literally tryharding with the last prediction, man. He was waiting till last second.
I love it. Yeah, I don't care, but I'll do it in real time, these live updates. But anyway, the Ghost Town, not the Ghost Town, just Ghost Town. We'll need to see. The lineups are going to be very telling here, especially the bans. CTR banning the type, W banning EBR. We don't see many EBRs. They do tend to get banned on this map because they're very quick and pesky, but looking at the lineups, take it away, Key.
Well, first of all, CTR seems like they're going to be starting with triple Dravets, a singular CS, a 140, a 430U, and an E4.
Yeah. And on the W side, one Dravik, 1E100, Batchat, CS, K91, E4, and T100. So no light tank on the CTR side. W playing with just one, that pesky little T100. So it's going to be quite interesting. W are pretty well set up to counter any aggression that CTR might want to put on the cap in the beginning.
Well, let's see how this one goes. Clerf in the T100 is immediately going to split up to the 9 and 0 line. Nepal in the CS is actually going to lead towards the artillery strike, and, well, Koidicek passing by the info tower doesn't want to take it. Clerf is going to stick it seems. He's predicting that there are no light tanks in the enemy team. Full info already for W, and this means Mentos is warned that Koidicek could be there in that CS. Strike is going to get taken by W, as well as CTR are already taking tremendous punishment on Fronta. Woodok trying to peek over, but he doesn't get the gun depression here. He gets punished by the Batchat as well. Not a good trade.
Yeah, not a good trade. Woodok doesn't have ability active as well, so that's not reduced damage. That's straight up damage. Down to 45 HP. A small strike will pick him up. Herman's trying to peek here, but the crossfire, yeah, it's only Clerf on that red line, but there's also that K91 in the corner, and that's some really high DPM. The Draviks are now pushing out. They're trying to eliminate Nepal and Piotr here. Nepal will probably make the shield for Piotr because one of them has to make the sacrifice. Even then, Nepal is taking a while to die. Finally goes down. Piotr getting peeked by Frawley. Koidicek giving some shots. Clerf is now going to pressure with Mentos. They're now going into the fight. It is dire on the CTR side.
Yeah, Piotr even managing to take one down before he goes down himself, as Mentos and Clerf stumbling over themselves to try and get Koidicek out of the game. But after all of this is said and done, W is still on 10,000 HP. Meanwhile, CTR only 2.5k. This was an absolutely disastrous push by CTR here onto the 7 line. They completely get punished. W was so ready with that information advantage as well. Froley getting killed by the T100 of all things on the fadeaway, leaving only Hjörman alive in that object 430U to live and maybe tell the tale of how CTR got eliminated and obliterated by W in round 1.
Yeah, this aggressive strat through the 6-7 line, we've seen it quite a few times. Right? In the previous seasons, it was with BZs. Now with the introduction of Dravex, it's been with Dravex. But this type of push is so difficult to pull off because you're always pushing into crossfire. You're always peeking into multiple angles. And there's no guarantee you get the shots off while the enemies are fully aimed. It's such a hard strat to play. I've seen it only work once. And that was ironically against CTR just because of some mistakes they made. I think it was on the previous playday. But yeah, this strat is just so hard to play, and I don't know, I'm just disagreeing with it. It's so bad that both teams have negative scores.
Well, that's about to change probably, because we all know that W were able to get the first one on the board here. And to be honest, like right now, CTR not really looking like they're up to the task. Honestly, it looked quite weird.
Yeah, you got to face your opponent, right? I'm impressed that the T100 on W side, I can't remember what player that was, we'll see in a moment. I'm surprised he decided to stick the info in the beginning. That was a bold choice, minimal info, making the choice. Scores. But yeah, this tactic by CTR is so difficult to pull off, this highly aggressive tactic. I know you want to try and surprise your opponent, but I want CTR to go back to like the intelligence strats they played in the previous season. This is just... I've seen this strat about 6 times through both seasons, Season 6 and Season 5, and it's worked once, and it was against CTR. which is concerning. I just disagree with the approach from CTR at the moment, and I want to see better.
Yeah, I think the problem for CTR, maybe on Ghost Town as well, is that maybe their light tank players don't feel up to the task, which on Ghost Town, it's one of those maps where if your light tank players feel like they're automatically losing the battle anyway, there's a lot of tools that you won't be able to use in the battle. And this is why you kind of have to play a blind all-in, which is what CTR did. But the problem there was that, you know, a blind all-in most of the time revolves around the info of it being done, not being revealed until it's too late. But here, Clerf immediately going for the info tower undoes all of that in one simple move.
Yeah, but even then, if you don't... Like, I think Ghost Town's the most light tank heavy map in the OLS map pool. So if you're not comfortable with lights, don't just ban light maps. I mean, sure, if we see things like Morrow or Westfield, you're going to have lights on those maps, but it's less consequential than on Ghost Town. I just disagree with this style of play. I want to see some different gameplay. If you're not comfortable with lights, you ban the light maps. I mean, I've played in teams where I've had no EBR players, so I just try... You got to revolve your strats around not having lights, but there's different ways to do it. And I know it's harder because in this season, you know, the strike mediums like K91 are more popular. They also start with a strike, which means you automatically get decaps. But yeah, we need to see a little bit better by CTR.
First of all, bans coming in. CTR don't want to see that T100 again. That obviously leaves a plethora of other light tanks open. W banning out the Batchat, interestingly enough. On Ghost Town, that's a weird kind of ban. Then again, I think CTR were playing it before. This means that CTR are going to start with double Dravets, IS-4, double T57, double CS.
Yeah, that IS-4 rarely seen. An interesting choice there. On the W side, again with an IS-4, maybe it's coming into a bit of favor. Double K91, double 430U, an EBR, and an RHM. So EBR being taken. We haven't seen many of those in the OLS season. Very strong-wheeled light tank, but obviously doesn't get the playing ability.
No, he's basically able to up his view range by a bit, but obviously if you have an optic mounted already, you're at the limit, 445. It doesn't go beyond, you're just starting to counteract the camo, but Ios immediately with the spotting run over the 1, 2, and 3 line, that's going to give him a lot of priority there, a lot of map control as the CS is driven back. He doesn't know what to do, and yeah, it seems like CTR, they are trying with fast, all-in kind of strats as Woodog, Froley, and Fronta all have made it into the cap. That's an IS-4, Dravets, and a CS as Ios immediately with that EBR, of course, able to take the strike. If he doesn't get reset by Herman, he spots him out. Oh, actually, he got the sound cue from the artillery strike, has to go away. But of course, W, they've got strikes of their own with the double medium. Bit of miscommunication, though, both of them putting the strike onto Woodog.
Yeah, that's a massive miscommunication for a team like W. There's no way they should be doing that. The T57 gets out a clip into Itox. Franta makes a mistake there, though. Brainbreaker gets the shot, and that should give Brainbreaker a level 1 strike, which it does. The strike hasn't been taken on the 1 line yet, so they're relying on that small strike from Brainbreaker, and he decaps Froley, so cap is not really an option at the moment, but Itox takes so much damage for that. But most importantly, he is alive, and there's no strike medium left on CTR's side. With a strike, Herman got overpushed on the 1 line, and now there's 5 seconds to go, but the strike has been taken. Woodog and Froley, they don't get to dodge it, and with that, and the tanks of W closing in with that 1 tank advantage they have, this cap is no longer realistically an option.
No, I mean, CTR still do have the firepower with the T57 to hugely profit, but CTR realize we cannot really do this cap anymore. They start exploding out of the cap in towards Lukin, who goes down a lot of HP, but the punishment is available with Piotr and Itox from the backlines farming. Itox needs to be very careful, though, is on a one-shot. Woodog coming out, Lukin goes down, and that's going to be a quick double kill possibly here for the team of CTR that actually are ahead in guns now, and there are double light tank on W's side, which means the firepower isn't really there to stop this train from rolling.
Yeah, very true, but you need to bear in mind they are driving into the open here, and the light tanks on W, they're not T100s, they're RHMs and they're RHM and EBR, which do have pretty decent firepower. Floki, if he could have picked up Mentos there, it would have been massive, but now Floki's in crossfire, he will go down to one of these 2 tanks. Loki's trying to use the little bust there to try and stay safe from the heat rounds of Clove. He's hunting him now, and you can see at the minimap, the IS-4 and Dravik, they're trying to surround Brainbreaker in that K1 corner. Loki goes down, but deals a lot of damage there, and you can see this 2v1, Ivo doesn't win that one, maybe, but the IS-4 is coming behind. Depends on the DPM. Frandar is pushing with Koidi to try and kill Mentos, and there's a lot of mistakes here by W. I anticipated that they would be able to kind of stabilize the game here, but they just didn't, and this is really poorly done by W, actually, I have to say.
Well, the double light tank by W is still alive, so it's not completely over yet, mind you, but with Ios just about taking another shot, he's in the midst of a lot of tanks, and there are no immediate one-shots available for those W light tanks to finish off. A good shot by Ios in towards Franta puts him into the one-shot range for the EBR, albeit not for the RHM. Clerv is going to try and spot that one out, and he sees the Dravets and HE to put him down into one-shot range for the RHM as well. As Ios, quietly lurking from the bushes, is going to finish off Franta. All of a sudden, Bunter, it's a 2 versus 3, but it's 2 light tanks against 3 heavies on Ghost Town of all maps.
Yeah, but it's still not realistically winnable. This IS-4, you know, it has so much side armor. These 2 lights, even if they get behind him, they're going to struggle. The 1-line strike is unavailable, and what Ivo should be doing, he should be cutting off that 7-line strike, so there's no easy way to decap Koidi in the cap. I don't know how we're even in this situation, to be honest. I feel W, they were 1 tank in the advantage, picking up, I think it was, what was it, Herman on that 1 line. I feel like they should have stabilized the game so much better than they did. Ios did give a free one to Woo Dog. I think Ios might give him another one in the back. Need to see, yeah, he does. This is not good by Woo Dog at the moment. They need to just, he needs to just sit on the red line, deny the strike. That's his only job.
Well, first of all, Ios is going to drive towards the cap because he needs to. The cap is down towards 15 seconds. They don't have a strike to reset. This means it needs to come in with actual guns here as he does spot out the 2 tanks in the cap. He takes back 1 shot, but for now, crisis averted. And now all of a sudden, Clerv with that RHM might be able to get the artillery strike or possibly not because Evo in that Dravets is on the hunt. And remember, Clerv, because of taking 3 shots from the T-57 clip earlier, is in a problematic spot, and indeed Evo to shut it down. Bad timing coming out from Clerv here in the RHM, and now CTR taking double strikes. CTR with 3 against 1.
Yeah, Clerv thought he had the timing to run into the bushes, but he didn't. A little bit of a mistake there by Clerv, but obviously you can't really predict. The nice thing about that Dravik is it's got that speed. Ios does spot out Woo Dog, and Woo Dog, he smells where Ios is going to be, and he gambles correctly, has his armor towards that pesky EBR, and Ios will never be able to pen him frontally realistically unless he gets a lucky pen roll. Dog does peek, Ios goes in for it, should be able to pen the rear. You see he's struggling, he's not even really able to realistically pen that side armor, so he's going for the rear, but double strike and Ios gets taken out. It's 1-1 on Ghost Town.
Indeed, and CTR able to finish off that double light tank there at the end of the game. It was kind of crazy to see how CTR were rolling over W, and the problem here, I think, for W was that they simply didn't have enough firepower to stop whatever CTR was throwing their way.
Yeah, it's almost like an Icarus flew too close to the sun situation. They went too close and they got repushed. I still feel like they should have been able to stabilize this game. They had the double K91. They had the tank advantage. Yeah, they lost the IS-4 pretty cheaply, which was a mistake by him on the W side, but I still feel like this should have been a lot better by W. CTR never looked in real control of this game until it came down to the 2 light tanks. They always looked like they were scrambling. But W as well, placing those double small strike on the IS-4, that created a lot of problems that was completely unnecessary for them to have. So a bit of miscommunication on the W side, which is a real surprise and a real unnecessary issue. And then finally, after the IS-4 goes down, they go close with the K91s, which allows them to get caught. And I feel like Floki got out way more damage than he ever should have been allowed to get out. Yeah, this felt like W throwing more than CTR winning, to be honest.
Well, I would really like to know how Itox was down to a one-shot even before the fight started. Like, something must have gone horribly wrong there, because realistically, Itox is the only tank that can actually brawl with armor. Well, together maybe with Lukin and Piotr in the 430s, but he's the only heavy tank, so he's supposed to like hold the front for quite some time for W, but it simply wasn't possible.
I think when they placed the double K91 strike, they panicked a little bit because they couldn't take the zero line strike because of Herman, so he went forward. The T-57s were unspotted at that point. At least one of them peaked and got a full clip, and then I think the other one kind of went for him. And the only reason Itox survived as long as he did was because he got the heal off. So W making things hard for themselves, you know, that's such a simple thing. I will place the strike first. But then both of them do it. I mean, that is such a simple, basic level communication that's failed on the W side, and I think that cost them the game because if you use both of your strike decaps together, that creates panic on the W side, which caused Itox to lose HP, which caused a one-line push to get done, which caused them to go close because they had no decap options, and it kind of snowballs from there. So really basic level error by W, and I don't think CTR deserved the round. From a tactical perspective, I think this was a very basic strat that doesn't work anymore because of those K91 small strikes. They got lucky, panicked, and they went close, and they managed to catch a bunch of tanks. But either way, here we are, and let's go into the next one.
And STRV getting banned by CTR, CS being banned by W here on Westfield. Of all things, CTR picked this map, so normally maybe they should have an advantage. Of course, both teams not banning the BZ, that leaves it open, and CTR definitely taking advantage of that. Quadruple BZ together with double Dravets and an MBY make that a triple BZ, because one of them, Evo, picks a 140, so Inspire Medium on the table as well.
Yeah, in the previous time we saw CTR on Westfield, they played double light, I think, on both times, but here, actually going for a more upper side fight scenario, the 140. But looking at the W side, it's also very interesting. Type 5, we don't often see that one. A lot of meat, but it's not great on hold down. 50B as well. Some interesting tanks by W, not often seen. But IOS and Itox, they're going to be in those back positions. They do have that K91 small strike, and they will have control over both lower side strikes. So a fast cap might not be possible for CTR.
Well, we will see. Certainly 3 tanks now in the cap here in CTR, looking to beat W with another cap strategy, but Clerf is already behind them. The 50B of Mentos is taking the artillery strike as well. The info tower does get popped, so momentarily CTR have the complete info over the map, but Kojdicek in that Dravets already taking a big beating as the RHM that is behind the BZs can now freely get those resets. That's why the Dravets is getting sent there. The artillery strike to reset as well, so cap currently for W not the biggest issue. Woodog is able to chase Clerf away, but at the cost of 850 HP.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what CTR are doing. They're hesitating, which means that they're getting punished a lot for this. They're now trying to chase the light tank, which is obviously never going to work because the light's just going to run, and they're bleeding heavily. I think they didn't anticipate the M5Y of Itox and IOS in that K91 on the D1 position to provide crossfire. Now they're going to Brainbreaker, but bear in mind, Brainbreaker is a heavy chunk of meat that they have to get through, and it's going to take them a while. Piotr's reinforcing, Koidi's taking a lot of damage for this, and in the meantime, the light is behind them. All of these heavies on the upper side for CTR, they're getting like kind of peaked and bled to death. Koidi now down low HP, but Herman is coming in to try and support. Piotr does get enough to pick him up, but it's not that bad for CTR. It doesn't look good for CTR, but it's actually not bad in terms of HP. They're now up on HP, and they will find Mindbreak here. Mentos is on reload. He's forced to run, and I don't think that light's having such an impact.
No, I don't think so either. Evo, though, bouncing the last shot here onto the Type 5, but it doesn't matter because Brainbreaker bounces to Evo to shut it down. And this means tank advantage once again for CTR. Floki, though, is in big problems here with that BZ-75. He's isolated, and he's probably about to get assassinated, indeed, by Clerf from the back lines with that RHM to make the guns actually in favor of W. Herman with the fail. But no, actually, he does get Lucan in the Dravets. So once again, gun parity clarity. And keep in mind, W have a light tank that doesn't have the firepower. Itox now getting singled out, has to use the ability. Remember, you don't want to do that in the MVY front there with another penetration as well. Getting held by Herman and CTR. They do have the advantage with the guns now. It is crazy what's happening here. Ios might be able to finish off Evo though, and that once again means crossfire.
Yeah, Mentos went for the strike instead of clipping the 140. He finally did go and clip the 140, which Ios could have died there. It's not clean by W, and it should be so much cleaner. What I'm watching from CTR isn't good, but what I'm watching from W isn't much better. Mentos now takes a hit from Frawley, should be able to pick the one ability popped. Doesn't connect it on the second, but he's got 2 more. He should be able to make that kill. It is on range, but does pick it up. Klurf picks up Franto. Herman should be able to pick up Ios here, but that should be just about it. They're now going to wait for Mentos. It's such a strange game by both teams. I can't call it for either side, but it's just not. It's scrappy is not even the word. It's like two people fighting
exactly
in the mud.
that word.
Yeah, but it's not even the right word. It's kind of like they're fighting in the mud. You know what I mean? Like
absolutely.
On a fire as well. On a tactical level, it's just. CTR are trying to be assertive, but they bleed for it. But then W bleed in return, which doesn't make sense. W, on paper, have the better player skill. They should be out trading CTR, and they're just not.
Well, I mean, this time around, it had the better end for W, but it was just absolutely weird to watch because you had those kind of weird scenarios all over the map going on where it's like uncomfortable for a lot of players to play those engagements because normally you're not supposed to be in them. But as you said, W with the player skill here at the end, and my goodness, Mentos, 8,200 damage and only 513 of that was strike.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a hard carry.
Can I see Brainbreaker and Mentos' pen rate? I'm kind of curious.
You probably can't see, but I can tell you.
Oh, tell me, yeah.
So Mentos had 22 2018 and Brainbreaker had 441.
441 is atrocious, especially on such close range. I think that's one of the reasons it was so close, because Brainbreaker went down very cheap, but that was a solid game by Mentos. I mean, bear in mind, it's 22 2018, but he's shooting a lot of those shots on range, and there's a lot of destructible items. Of course, he shoots APCR, but you still have to shoot through them, and there's a lot of bushes, and it's not the easiest shot, so that's a solid performance by Mentos. Ios as well, 5k. It's nothing to sniff at, but as a team, I'm concerned for W at the moment, because CTR kind of go to a place, they get bled a bit, and then they try and boost into something. And they didn't boost into that much. Yeah, they caught out Brainbreaker and Piotr in the middle, but it wasn't that cheap. It shouldn't have been as cheap as what it was. Like, CTR managed to get the picks. Part of that is because Brainbreaker bounced so many shots, but I'm not... What's the right word? I'm not convinced by W at the moment.
I'm not blown away by them either. But as it stands, they do have the advantage. It is 2-1, so theoretically, they would only need one more round to push it over the line, and then, you know, whatever we've been saying about W, it all doesn't matter because they would be taking the clean 3 points. And of course, the reverse is true for CTR. They need to get this round on the board now to get into the points, and then in Tiebreaker, anything's possible, especially it seems like between both of those teams today.
Yeah, I think if CTR don't get a point here, I think they are guaranteed out. I think they need minimum 1 to at least stay alive. But yeah, I mean, it's CTR's map pick, but they're kind of playing the same style of play that they're playing on Ghost Town, where they kind of go for the how to say, they go for the fight initially. They're not playing around the map, but either way, CTR banning the BZ, W banning the BZ as well, so neither team wanting the direct BZ fights here.
And that leaves us with triple Dravets, Type 5, 140, 430 and RHM for the side of CTR, whereas W, they're leaning into that MVY direction. 2 of those together with an RHM, 430, K91 and double Dravets.
Yeah. Double Dravets on the W side as well. MVY, K91, 430U and RHM. Both teams picking the light this time. Trying to get the initial info. 3 tanks spotted on the W side. A little bit more info gained by W, they spotted 5. CTR taking that type, which we saw W take in the previous game, which is a bit interesting. You know, a lot of meat on that tank, but not a lot of DPM or hold down potential. Both teams going for a very similar style of play, but CTR don't have a tank on D1, like some kind of backline cover, which can always be very useful in these kind of scenarios.
I mean, them not having the tank in D1 means in turn that they have more tanks to flex around with in the south. But it seems like the 140 now is retreating a little bit because W, they popped the info tower. CTR, they want to respond in kind now, but first of all, CTR are being bled here. Mentos in the hold down. That's not something you can push. Floki getting reset on the info tower as well, and it seems like W once again managed to stabilize around the cap here. That backline fire coming in from the 430U seems to be absolutely brutal, and it seems to be a good deterrence from keeping them from over-pushing. Clerf in the meanwhile is able to pick up an artillery strike with that light tank. As soon as he puts it, he will be able to generate a plane for himself, as well as Woodok tries to overpeak, doesn't get the info even, but takes a shot for it. At the moment, W really out-trading CTR.
Yeah, on the field, it's a little bit of a chess match right now. I mean, CTR played aggressive in the beginning with their light, then he pulled back. W retook the southern strike, and now Clerf has ran away. Hoidi is now trying to get the map control again, and I'm a little bit concerned. It looks like the rotation is coming out by W. They want to make this northern overpush. Mentos is pressuring on Floki, and Floki has no cover. Bear in mind, there is no tank on DE1, but Floki does make a good decision here. He'll take 1, not 2, gets around this corner, so he will live a lot longer. There's a nice little cubby there that can keep you alive for a while. I'm a bit worried about Frantar, though. He does have pretty minimal support. Ivo could find Clerf here. They spot each other out. Ivo a little bit slow on the reactions, but he will get the shot. It's not HE, didn't have time to intuition, but it's still a decent amount of damage. But now Itox rotating over. Ios is spotted on the rotation, which is important. It's good info by CTR.
Well, Ivo is going to take some punishment by the heavy tanks, though, and Mentos coming in as well with the 430U. That is a lot of very dangerous guns by W situated around the cap, but really CTR, they have taken more map control. The double Dravets in the south is not something that you can push with the light and the mediums that W have in their back line. So as of now, the trades do continue. Piotr putting one more into Floki, who now slowly but surely needs to be careful about his HP as Fronta blocking the cap continuously, and CTR, I think, are looking to make a final push here in the south with that Dravets, with that RHM. Both of them spotted, though. There's a lot of info being generated by either team at this point, so it's just about deciding where to put the forces on the minimap, as Ivo in that Type 5 once again has to be super careful at this point. But no, the artillery strike is going to confirm his demise, and it's the first kill for W. But this is not something that Clerf saw coming. Koidicek and Woodok teaming on against him. He responds with HE. He does get out for now, but in has to go Ios to protect his light tank, and all Mentos and Clerf blocking each other here even. I'm not sure if they're going to win the 3 versus 2 this way, Bunter.
No, they're not. Mentos appeared there unspotted, which is really a decisive. Strike goes down, it hits all of them, but Woodog will go down here, and that's going to force a response by CTR on the north, but the HP just isn't there. The crossfire positions by WR, so they won't win the south. It's unlikely they'll even win the north. Frantar goes down to a one-shot. Itox does have enough HP, unless Herman does hold him there. Not sure what Itox is doing, but maybe his teammate opted to pick up the kill. Floki goes down. Frolly can't pick up Piotr in the meantime. Lukin over peaking and 1 HP in a dream, but it's just not going to be enough by CTR. This was a much more interesting game, though. Both teams going to the field, going back from the field. It was a very pull and push game, but W just pulled it out just that little bit extra. I think the 7-0 scoreline doesn't tell the whole truth of this game. I think it was much better by CTR, but the result is the result, and yeah, the full 3 points go to W.
Yeah, and I think, to be honest, between both of those teams, this 4th round maybe was the best one from both teams. Because it felt not so weird, so chaotic, like the round number 3. And yeah, discarding actually the first round, whereas CTR were just, trying to do an all-in strat, and it failed. I think tactically it was the best from either team. which says quite something about this match, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think CTR had some potential here. It was small margins, but you could always feel W had that. They were like 1% in a better position. They're always making 1% better trades. And over time, that kind of adds up. And we can see in the damage. I mean, Itox 5k, it's really nice. IO's with the 4.2. Floki got out 4.4. So it's not bad, but yeah, small margins. I think if I don't know why Koidacek decided to leave the field in the beginning and give the strike to Klurf, because he gave the strike to Klurf. Klurf puts the strike on Ivo, which kills him. Ivo, small mistakes. That's the problem with this type, you know. You're just a big lumbering pile of meat, but the thing is, you have the cupola, you have very flat armor, and the enemy can just make peaks on you and punish you really hard for this. But yeah, solid performance. W do pick up the points, I think probably deserved, even though that loss was not a good one. But yeah, now we go into the next games.
And those next games are just about waiting here, with Cashback versus Weekend going to Tiebreaker, W versus CTR. I think that's the second, like, 100% correct prediction that Ducky gets today, so he's going to be absolutely insufferable probably the next time I cast with him. But
only today.
Only today. We'll leave it at that. But yeah, upcoming matches: Sicarios versus Mafia. That's going to be kind of a Polish derby here as well. So let's see. First of all, though, let's rest our voices a little bit. Let's grab a fresh beverage, and we'll be right back after some replays.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back once more to the AMD Onslaught Legends Series Season 6 External. We're back after that intermezzo between W and CTR. We're now on to Sicarios versus Mafia. Again, a match on paper that looks pretty much decided before we even started.
Yeah, I could say that. I mean, Sicarios has beat Lotus and CTR, which are the important matches for them at least, you know, being a new team into the OLS, beating two at least established teams. But if we look at their performance against some of the top teams, it's not great. I mean, it's 3-1, I think, against W, 3-0 against Cashback. Like, they got 3-0'd. They got 3-0'd by what other team was that? Hit and Run. So, you know, against the good teams, they don't really perform too well.
Yeah, no, they come off of this disappointing, well, crushing defeat even against, I think their last matchup was against Hit and Run, where they lost 3-0. Now against Mafia, maybe more opportunities for them. Hit and Run is a very dominant team in this regular season. Mafia may open themselves up for Sicarios to have an opportunity, a chance in this one, to at least pick up a one round, right? External would be great. What do you think is going to happen, actually, between these two?
You know, I think that Sicarios could have something to show, but I'm going to say 3-0 for Mafia, that is.
Well. And here I thought we would be on the same side again.
No, I don't even think, you know, I think even the one might be a little bit much. I mean, the only game they've won against the top four teams so far has been one against W, one game. So, you know, it's not to say that it's not capable. It's just like, is the probability there?
I mean, I believe, you know, in the one round, actually. I need to check the maps. I didn't check the maps. Maybe I believe less when I see the maps, you know? Sicarios versus Mafia. Ooh.
It's a little bit of a bias, right? When you need the points for your predictions.
Yeah, sure. But the maps are interesting. We went from not seeing it an entire season. 97-3 also says something, I guess.
Ouch. That's one of the most like staggering differences I think we've seen.
Yeah, it's very much favored towards Mafia. But the maps are interesting, though. We went from not seeing it an entire season to 2 times in one playday. Tundra, back again.
Oh my.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's the first game of the match as well. I think Tundra is kind of interesting, you know. I don't know where all the hate comes from. I will say, like, it does feel like a really small map because all the fighting is just, like, focused on just one tiny area.
Yeah. I think Tundra is a map where Sicarios could do something. You know, it's a big brawly map, kind of. Mafia could opt not to brawl. That gives Sicarios control over 2 strikes, and then it's hard to come back in it. We'll see. I really believe in that Tundra is... I mean, Ensk as well. You know, you only need to win a brawl a singular time. Sure.
Yeah, a singular time, but that might be even giving too much. I mean, Ensk especially, it seems like a map that you could just, you know, as easy as winning a brawl sounds, it might be harder than it appears, especially against experienced teams. You know, Mafia's going to know every single angle. They're going to have trained these rotations for seasons, like years at this point. Ensk has been the same map for a long time, pretty much since the start of Onslaught. It's not much that's changed. So teams like Mafia that have been playing it and playing it well for a long time should be their bread and butter.
Should indeed be their bread and butter. Will they be able to make it happen? It's another story. Tundra, again, we saw Weekend do very well on it. Prediction-wise here, Banterphil going with the 3-0. Keyhand and myself going with the 3-1, and External also with the 3-0. We'll see how that plays out. Nobody believes Sicarios is going to win, though.
No, I think that would be, a fever dream for that to happen.
I mean, imagine they won though.
I wouldn't want to count out anyone. I mean, especially I think there's always an advantage to being the underdog, because when you're the underdog, you have no pressure really. You know, I don't think Sicarios has any pressure necessarily to win this match, but they can go into it just with like a clear conscience, like easy mind, and just throw what they can, see what sticks. Starting with the lineups, you can see the CS and the 50B is going to be banned from this match. Sicarios is opting to bring 3 BZ75s, 2 T57 Stingers, one of them is the, sorry, T57 Heavies, one of them is the Stinger, an Object 140 for the Inspire, and a Tessac.
Not a surprise that Mafia is also playing something similar. They're also playing with a Tessac. That makes it similar. 4 to the U, K91, double Mivi, and double BZ. Mafia not really known for the high-intensity brawls.
No, they're usually more methodical, play the map slow, they play for that control pretty often, which is what we're going to see, I think, with the K91. The K91 is important to have. They need that strike to be able to reset one of the main strike points of interest. A plane does come out and spots. They get some info, both teams, so Sicarios is not going to be contesting the north. Mafia already knows that. We can see they're rotating back the BZ and the 430U, already getting ready to defend that. And Kono is, instead of going for the strike, he's going to look for some early damage, potentially from Mayo.
Kono trying to do some damage.
Attack comes out.
Yeah?
Yeah, a little bit traded.
He wins the
but
trade,
Kono's
though.
going to get the strike. Yeah, he does win the trade, and he's going to be getting a strike, so really wins the trade. And Sicarios getting some cold feet on this push. They're kind of just wanting to sit on the 6th line. They were potentially looking to push that, but they got the info. They're going to be rotating away. This might be an opportunity for them to come back and swing the north, since Conrad is sitting on the strike.
Click, Stone, and Loop are now pushing into this middle area towards the cap. They will trigger it. There is a double strike available, though.
Yeah, weird play considering that Mafia has double strike. I mean, this is not an option for the cap. And Mafia should know that it's these BZs as well. So they're going to be able to retake the south side of this map, most likely. Proofu's trying to take the radar. Our radar does come out from Sicarios, so all 7 spotted again. And Mafia's going to look to probably place one of these strikes here soon. Only 7 seconds on cap. Strike does come out.
Yeah, and a mini strike as well, resetting all 3. Proofu's will be taking the info, but that gets denied by the 140 on the hill. That's Rishek. But now, the double T57 starting to make their move in the north, gets spotted out by the Tessac of Kono. So, Mafia will replane the cap. Proofu's trying to get the shot. He doesn't have a mini strike, but they still have another big strike, of course, and there is that one coming out. Stone and Loop will be taking it to the face, and they are now abandoning this cap, actually.
Yeah, I mean, both strikes are going to be coming off cooldown soon. Yusek does push up and able to get a shot on the stone, and these BCs from Sicarios are splitting. That is not really what you want to see. And Yusek seeing the opportunity, boosts down, gets a nice ram in the Click, and Click's going to be the pick here. I mean, a lot of shots going into him, 3 tanks pushing. Click's going to go down, separated from the other BZs. While this is happening, Sicarios realize that they have to make a play. They're going to push out into the north side, losing Click, just cutting their losses. But is there really much they can find on that side?
There's nothing to push on this part. They're trying to beat Mafia at their own game, you know, this slow and controlled kind of game style, and it's just not working out for them. Adi will find a clip onto the back of Conrad, but they're 5,000 HP down, and Conrad will not die from this either. In return, they will lose Loop in his BZ. Yuzek, who made a really good play by blocking over there, making sure that the player, respectively Click, died in that scenario. Stone will find the kill, but it's all a little too late, I think, for Sicarios nonetheless, because Alex is now on reload. Stone will find the kill, but Alex will be going down, and Adi does not have the clip potential to get Conrad out of the game either. So while it looked close for a second, it was far from close. On the other hand, this Tundra played in a slower fashion, and Mafia is going to be very happy with that one. They take it 1-0.
Yeah, 1-0. Looks like Sicarios knows they kind of have to play something off meta. They started off, you know, going the south there, but yeah, just kind of a weird decision going to the cap. Rishak trying to make out what he can in this moment. I mean, the game's over, but yeah, I just love looking at the shots, the traces of the Tessac. I think that's so funny.
Yeah,
there we go. As you said, Mafia picking up the first game.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, Sicarios here tries to play some slower battle, right? And I think that is ideal for Mafia. They really like playing this a bit slower battle, where they get to control the game, and Sicarios tries to do the same, but they're just not up to standard.
No, it did look like Sicarios was going to push. I think that, if anything, they almost just have to commit to that push, especially when they get spotted. It's either commit to that push or like rotate away immediately and go do something else. But they kind of just like seemed starstruck a little bit, not starstruck, but like shell-shocked, you know? They just got spotted and they were trying to decide what to do and couldn't figure out a decision fast enough. I think the cap play, as I said, didn't really make sense, especially when Mafia is going to get double strike and they have the mini strike as well. I mean, you're just going to eat damage for free going to the cap and not really going to get anything in return. So I think that was a little bit of a misplay.
Yeah, and the splitting of the BCs didn't help either. And this cap attempt, I mean, they abandoned it at some point, but it never really had an opportunity to begin with.
No, it really doesn't. I mean, the cap was probably going to be easy to reset even without the strikes, because for Sicarios to put 3 tanks on the cap, that means they're giving up a lot of map control to be able to do that. And Mafia could just push out and find those angles pretty easily. Orchek putting out 5.4k damage in the Mivy. Fun tank to play in Onslaught. And even as we've been seeing on this map today, the Tessac's able to do quite a lot. 4.4k from Kono.
Yeah, 4.4k from Kono. Really, really good result there for that Tessac. We saw Liberty also do a lot of damage earlier, but Kono topping it a little bit more even, but that's mainly because of the strike damage. We can see that the Tessac can perform and put in the right hands. I mean, Milo also did 2.4, so not too bad.
Yeah, the pen rates are not so great from Sicarios' side. But, you know, I gotta wonder how much that gets affected by a Tessac. I guess if it's pretty hard to pen, especially if you're shooting at the front of a tank. Meaning, like, the Tessac shooting like a BZ would not be easy to pen in the BZ. That's the first game on Tundra. We're going to hopefully see a stronger performance from Sicarios on the second one. I think they might have, you know, maybe an ace up their sleeve, hopefully, because if they're going to beat Mafia, I don't think they can play a slow game against Mafia. That's what Mafia is good at. It's what they're known for.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Tundra would actually be good for Sicarios, because you can force kind of the game. But, yeah, they allowed this slow game to go in.
Yeah, I think if Sicarios has a chance in this, they should play something aggressive, would be my opinion. They should go for these strikes, contest the north side, and try to play off that. And if a fight happens, then so be it. Looking at the lineup.
50B and Dravis, yeah, looking at the lineup indeed. Again, Mafia going with that light, no surprise, I think, for 30 US, times 2, M60, Cannon 1, double BZ.
And for Sicarios, they have triple BZ, an IS-7, CS-63, Object 430, 2, make that 2 Object 430s. So this is a pretty brawly lineup, I'd say. They've opted not to go with the light tank. So most likely they're going to be looking for a fight now, I would say. They have the CS as well. The CS was not banned, which is interesting because on Tundra, the CS gets banned a vast majority of the time. But bringing a CS almost immediately indicates to me that they're going to be playing, Sicarios are going to be playing for the strikes in the north.
This time around, Sicarios actually opting for the fight, but Mafia is also going for that. And if we think about it, you know, having that extra combat tank, which Mafia does not have, but Sicario does have, could play in their favor here. Of course, Profuse has a mini strike as well, so he will be able to reset Loop on that one. And Loop actually opting to go north instead. Ooh.
Yeah, taking a shot for that, taking 2 shots actually, that could be important later on in the game, and he doesn't even end up contesting this strike from the Tessac. It looked like he was changing directions to go contest that, but took a lot of damage in return. Now, Kono will be getting the strike, and in return, Mayo gets mini struck, so he probably will not be getting that strike in time. Mafia, though, 5 tanks in the north, they still have 2 not up there, so they're not going to be looking for a fight. They will be just kind of holding, but on the other hand, Sicarios is posturing here. They look like they might want to push these 2 on the strike, but they have to remember there is a big strike in Mafia's hands at the moment, so any kind of push might be tough to make. Alex taking a trade here for Brexar, not able to give anything in return, and Mafia just overall well played. They're having really good trades. Only Profuse has taken a shot of damage so far. Sicarios has taken like 5, maybe 6 shots, and Loop down to 930.
The trades are a disaster for Sicarios, to be honest. Like a real disaster. Even Rishek now coming in, peeking with his IS-7, taking a shot. Yuzek peeking out, getting a shot as well. And Sicarios, man, you really gotta wonder what is happening here, because they have gotten owned in the beginning, and not just a little bit, but really a disaster, to be honest.
Yeah, these trades are horrible. Like you said, it's a disaster. It's strongly in Mafia's favor, and Mafia still has the strike in their pocket. They're going to be picking up a second with Rexar. Going to be playing it slow until they can get that. And at the moment, they can kind of just sit pretty. They're up on HP. Their players are up on trades. Reshek does have a pretty strong tank to be peeking this corner. But yeah, just more damage going out again from Barkeys. That's a nice angle into Mayo. And the Tessak's rotating south at this point now. He's left the north side of this map.
And now Sicarios is about 5,000 HP down in this one. And they're looking at a gigantic lead for Mafia. Kono is still holding onto the strike. Barkis will take a new one. Milo is not able to even regenerate that strike because he's still holding on to his, so he'll have to use it if he wants to get another one.
Yeah, and they can't really rotate anyone away to take it because they'll get shot in the openings, which is really bad because that means Mafia can stack strikes on multiple people before, if they want to make a push at some point, they can just have strikes stacked, whereas Mayo has to use it. At most, Sicarios is going to have one strike, which I don't even think Mayo can take it safely from the angles that Mafia has. Now, the Tessak is rotating to the south side of the map. He's going to be picking up this radar. That'll be full info for Sicarios. And Sicarios maybe trying to make a peek. At least that's a decent trade going into Uzek. A 2-for-1 from Alec and Reshek.
Ooh,
just more trades going out.
Well, they're taking a lot of damage as well, though. The strike comes out and it does hit home on a lot of targets. The mini strike will hit home on one. Sicario is still down 5,000, though, even with a good amount of damage against Conrad. They take just as much back, and the position here, you can see Rexar is just shutting this all down. In the meantime, Kono is on the flank, and he reset Milo. Yes, he can. He can even do a lot of damage on top of it as well. 600 dealt on Milo, and Sicarios is just slowly withering away here. It's a tough watch for everybody at home, but this kind of round, it's just not good enough. Another strike hits home, and they have absolutely nothing going for them.
Yeah, this is brutal to be played, I'm sure, for Sicarios. Probably a frustrating and just demoralizing game. I mean, especially Kono behind enemy lines here is able to constantly clip into the backs. And yeah, Mafia's just going to be able to push onward now. They're up 12k HP. This game is over, and this is 2-0 for Mafia.
Yeah, I think Tundra by Sicarios, I mean, I'm not playing it myself, but when you play against Mafia, which you know likes to play slower, maybe turning up the heat a little bit more is in your advantage, especially when you play without a light on Tundra versus a team with a light. You could maybe see a push happen.
Yeah, it makes sense. You know, light tanks are less health, less DPM typically. I guess, well, the Tessak, to be fair, has like absurd DPM. It's like 3.1k base, I think. But it has less health. So when you fight, you're able to focus tanks a little bit easier because the Tessak's not going to be sharing its HP. I agree with that. You know, I think when you know there's a light tank and you have a lineup like you have with Sicarios, you should just look for a fight immediately, especially trying to prevent them from preventing Mafia from getting any strikes. And as we can see, those trades, we just kept noticing Mafia winning on those individual trades. Just look at the damage difference. All the three of these BZs, stellar performance, almost 6k damage from Barkeys. He did get 2 strikes, or he hit 2 tanks with one of his strikes, but all those BZs just trading so effectively.
Well, Tundra, which I think was also Sicarios' pick, is a 2-0 loss, which means that if they want to have a chance, they got to win Ensk 2-0.
Yeah, and that's going to be tough. I mean, I think they had better chances probably on Tundra.
Yeah, that's what my thought as well was. If they're going to win a round, it's going to be there.
Yeah, especially with it being, as you pointed out, a map that's not played much. Today's the first day it's been played in this season. You know, teams might not be practicing it all that much because sometimes when you have a map like that, you just choose it as your permaban. But Mafia left it open, so they must have felt confident to be able to have that choice against Sicarios.
Indeed. So, now going on to Ensk, Sicarios has to show us a lot more than they did before, because so far it's not looking that good.
Yeah, it hasn't been. Ensk, I think that Ensk is a really tactical map. There's so many little spotting angles and crossfires, and rotations have to be really strong on this map, especially. A lot of city maps, I think in general, there's just so much knowledge that goes into them because there's so many little angles to be spotting down. Basically what I'm saying, all this yapping, is I think a map like this is strongly in favor of Mafia.
Yeah, I would say so as well. Unless Sicarios can turn up the heat and play a lot more aggressive and try and make Mafia make mistakes like we have seen them do at some point, it's going to be very hard.
Yeah, well, looking at the lineup, Sicarios is they've banned the E4, and they're bringing 3 Type 5 heavies, 2 CS 63s, a K91, and a 140. That's very light.
Well, if it's going to work out, that's a different question. Mafia in return B, Dravid's triple type, a Fush B, and an E3.
Yeah, and they've chosen to ban the Bliska, it looks like, which makes sense. You know, that's a strong tank for pushing. But 4 mediums on Sicarios. I mean, they've got to be looking for some aggressive play with that. I don't even know how that looks. I mean, I would guess like splitting between 1 line and 9 line, trying to take both strikes greedily. CS is opening down the 7 line rails, which means he's going to spot the cross. He sees both Barkeys and Rexar, so that's some information. Both these mediums are giving at least some info to Sicarios of what side and how Mafia is split playing this. Alex is opening up on the strike. This is something I definitely like to see. Sicarios having an aggressive opening, able to potentially take both these strikes, but Alex does get reset from Barkeys. Has to play probably a little bit more safe on the strike, and I think this Type 5 is just going to walk up and try to look for shots on him as well.
The Type 5 not able to do so. Instead, he just takes some damage in return, and Alex will be able to take the strike. So they will have double strike in hand, but they still have double CS.
Yeah, they have double CS and the K91 and a 140. I mean, trading is not going to be pretty when you're having to peek into Type 5s with the CS. Really, the only option I think Sicarios has at this point is just to play it slow, keep taking these strikes. Hopefully, Mafia keeps giving them these strikes. And it's going to be hard to really find punish with these strikes as well, because I don't think Mafia is going to be looking for a push at any point soon. They're just going to be trading.
Adi takes a shot on the 140. Milo takes a shot on the Type 5 as well, but gets one in return on towards Conrad. That's a good move there from Milo. Conrad taking one more. That's Click actually from the back lines, and that K91, the strike coming out. That's the first one hitting as well. Conrad down towards 1.6. And now that is a bit of a problem here for Mafia. They are starting to take back the city with 3 tanks, and does Sicarios get surprised by this is the big question, because the K91 and the CS63 right now are not really ready to receive. And Click and Rishek could be in a lot of trouble here because they're not expecting this at this moment in time. They don't have any cover either, and if Orchek and Kono decide to commit, they're both dead.
Yeah, this could be a good push potentially from Mafia, but I think that the strike is coming off cooldown. They might want to wait for that, but Yuzek might get a shot on this cross on Click. If he's spotting it, I think he's got the right angle to be able to see this. That could be a good shot in return, and a big 700 damage. Look at that, 3 shots of damage and gets set on fire. Click might be going down here. He gets stuck in the open. He's down to 1 shot of damage. I mean, that's a good enough trade. And Sicarios has to run from this now. They cannot contest the South anymore. In addition, Mafia's picking up a strike. They're going to be able to strike Click from Orchek's strike that he just collected. And wow, that is a really good performance from Yuzek there.
Yeah, I mean, Yuzek finds Click, and then Profuse and Rexar both hit the shot, and now Click's about to die against Kono, who's coming in, drives over the wall, finds him, Click dead. Goodbye, Click.
Yeah, now Sicarios is kind of backed into a corner. I mean, Mafia has so much map control. Barkeys on top on the 0 line. Rishek and Addy are going to try to push out Barkeys. That might be the best play they can make. Stone moving up as well. Barkeys is the focus here, but on the back end, Mafia is going to be pushing out the South.
In the return, yeah, that Type 5 in the south being pushed, and Rishek down towards 600 HP. He's going to have to be careful as well. He needs to survive if his team wants to have a chance in this one, because they're going to lose another gun. That's Loop in the south. But they do find Barkis, and they might find Rexar after as well. Profuse doing some damage. They will find the kill on towards that Dravid, but it's taken all so long to do so. Rishek is the one to get it, and now Alex minus 1.5 as well. He needs to be really careful. He's in trouble as well. Profuse is actually pulling up around the corner on him. He gets the kill. Rexar, with the mini strike and the shot, will go down, and it's 4 versus 5, but it's an advantage for Mafia nonetheless.
Yeah, Yuzek is going to be driving down the 7 line. He's got enough HP. He can just go face check and just look for fights here. Mayo is going to peek out into him, so a trade for there potentially. Mayo hits the shot, and Yuzek as well, so that's 1 corner trade. Kono's walking down. Some nice shots from Rishek from the 9 line. And Mafia is just going to be looking for these little trades. They've got the HP advantage, so they can just, as long as they're shooting 1 for 1, they're going to win this game.
Good shot there from Milo. Yusek not connecting in return. Conrad picking back out as well. There's the 50B coming in with a shot though, and Conrad, and that drops him pretty low. And then Orchak finds Ari as well, and it's going to be Sicarios to lose this one. 3-2-0. Nonetheless, this one on Ensk. They started off well, but then Mafia takes back the city, and Sicario just kind of did not expect this whatsoever.
No, they got surprised. I think they got a lot of damage off on the 5 line, and they could have made some kind of push off that. But they just got surprised by Mafia walking up through the city, and now it's just Stone left here, ending out the game as a 3-0 for Mafia.
Indeed. Good stuff there from Mafia. 3-0 clean sweep. Sicarios will remain in position number 6, and they will have to look towards their fate for the final playday if they're going to make it to the phase 2. Mafia close it out 3-0. Pretty quick. Solid. Never really seemed to struggle, to be honest.
No, I mean, Tundra was both in control. This Ansk, I think that it looked, like you said, it began in Sicario's favor. That was a really good trade they had down the 5 line. And after that, they could have just rotated their mediums and tried to make a play off of that. They just didn't have the info that Mafia was going through City, but I think they just had the gamble, you know, just tried to push out something at that point. They got the good punish off, and they could have just rotated and maybe tried to push 0 line. But yeah, Mafia, just a good performance. Prufu's doing 4.7k in the E3. That's not a tank we get to see picked very often. So I'm sure Keyhand is happy to see that as well.
Why?
He likes keeping track of all the unique tanks that gets played.
I was going to say, I don't think he's too happy for his prediction, you know?
Well, not that, no.
I mean, that's for sure not. But nonetheless, good stuff by Mafia, picking up 3 solid points. No sweat in this one. That's the 3rd match of the day. We will now be moving into our 4th match, which will be Hit and Run versus Lotus, and we're basically on schedule.
Yeah, and that's going to, I would assume, go pretty similar to this match. I mean, Hit and Run, very dominant, and Lotus, on the other hand, not such a great performance so far. So Hit and Run should be strongly favored in that lineup, that matchup.
Yeah, they should be. Lotus, it's more of a practice than anything else for them. So let's see if they're going to get a good practice out of it, as Lotus versus Hit and Run will be up next. But before that, let's take a quick break with some replays.
W just continuing through. I don't think he's making it. That's going to be a lot of BPM. This will be a hard one for Mafia. It's not looking good. He's going to disappear. Pretty bad for cashback. He's dead. They're doing damage, but they're not stopping this train of W tanks pushing forward. He's a one-shot Itox with one more kill. They can't really do anything. Hit and run seems to be outnumbered. It will be crushed under the heel of W.
Hello there, and welcome back to the next match of the AMD OLS Season 6. Once again, it's going to be a Polish derby, but, well, the only way that Hit does not end up in first place after today is if they lose 3-0, which probably tells you something about the standings.
Yeah, no, Hit's been doing phenomenal, and for Lotus, this is practice. I mean, they've been there before, but this is the best practice they're ever going to get, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, for Hit, it's probably a match they consider an easy one, considering they are playing against the last team being in first place. Then again, the only team that has been able to take a point off of Hit so far is the team in second last place, CTR. So maybe they should be warned, but they certainly look confident.
Yeah, they have absolutely shaken off the loss of Barbarian and turned it into a phenomenal start to the season. This OLS victory eludes them still, but maybe this season is the one.
Yeah, I was taking a look at past achievements, and I mean, Hit, the players there, they've basically got everything except that OLS victory, which should tell us exactly what they're going for here. Meanwhile, Lotus, I mean, yeah, they're basically out of the league at this point. I mean, they're in still for the next two playdays, but yeah, something maybe back to the drawing board after the season. It will have to be open qualies because they, yeah, they're in such a low position that they don't even qualify by being in the OLS to something else.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, they just gotta treat this as the best possible practice they can get, and do their very best. Try and take some points off a hit and run, expose some weaknesses, which maybe other teams can exploit later on as well.
Maybe that as well. And as I said, hit and run, the only point that they dropped this season so far, it was against a team which is not considered top of the pack. So maybe some room for upsets here. Franek certainly upsetting the league with his KD of 4.7, which makes him the highest KD player currently.
He's doing fantastic. He's always very, very solid, Franek. Never really makes mistakes, to be honest. Very rare for him to do something bad.
That is exactly what teams need, right? The top teams as well. There's players that keep continuously performing without making mistakes that can then be exploited. Well, community predictions, I think this must be among the harshest that we have ever seen. 98 to 2%. I can kind of see where it's coming from, though.
Yeah, I mean, I would have even expected 99 Keyhand, you know?
Yeah, I mean, 100, I don't think we're ever going to get that, because at least probably the players in the team should be voting for themselves, rooting for themselves to win. But yeah, let's see how this one goes. Hit, unsurprisingly, with the Tundra ban. Lotus opting to ban Pilsen, a map that Hit have played quite a lot so far in the season. So yeah, Hit are going to come in and pick Westfield. Quite the curious choice. Lotus are going to respond with Himmelsdorf. All-time classic, and then if it goes there, we would be headed to Ghost Town, on which I would basically favor Hit on any of those maps, but Ghost Town is one of those maps where, you know, they have so much experience as well. Thinking back to some WCI shenanigans where Hit ended up, you know, being down on Ghost Town in a round, and somehow against Mafia of all teams, still clawing it back. So, yeah, or was it Opur at that point? I mean, anyway, gray and dark history there, but yeah, let's be real. Hit is vastly favored.
I mean, it should be vastly favored, nonetheless. I mean, for Hit, anything but like a very solid victory would be a mistake.
Would be an upset as well. Now, there are ways for essentially lower placed teams to upset the top dogs, and those normally are like all-in strategies, but I see, once again, you're slightly different with your prediction towards all of us other casters here. 3-1 this time, Daki. Explain yourself.
I don't know. I was feeling it, Kian, you know? And I'm so far more on the money than you are today, you know?
That's not hard today, to be honest. Although that weekend prediction, man, absolutely wild. Congrats to that.
Yeah, we're just not talking that Ian did exactly the same, but you know.
Yeah, but still, you know, to have
I
the
feel
balls to go for it.
like Ian just copied my homework though, because I filled these in really, really early, to be honest. I already filled these in on Thursday, I think.
But weren't you the last one with the first match?
Oh yeah, true. I was thinking about it for a while, you know. That's true, actually, Kian. Thanks for exposing me. Both teams banning the BZ, though, gives us triple Dravets, double Mivi, a 140, and an RHM for hit and run.
And for Lotus, we see a 50B, double Dravets, IS-7, double K91, and the 430U. So the main differences here are going to be that hit and run. They do have the Inspire, they do have the Light, but that also means less firepower for the brawling tanks.
The Light needs to get a lot of info here, because if Lotus can get a good engagement in the beginning, but we've also seen, you know, it's really hard to break this hit and run lineup, to be honest.
Also, I would love to know how low the reload of the MVY can actually go if it has, like, let's say 5 charges plus the 140 Inspire at level 3. Must be almost a machine gun.
Yeah, it's like 4 seconds, I think.
It's crazy.
And don't forget an adrenaline rush at some point.
Although when Adrenaline Rush pops, then realistically you might want to actually consider using the ability. But yeah, opening-wise, Lotus going towards the open field. Hit and run setting up around the cap. Botchans is going to get spotted for taking the info tower and does get reset here, which means in turn that Ketsai gets his plane back. Interestingly enough, also Ketsai playing the RHM, not Monster this time.
Yeah, IS-7 will be taking the strike. Will Ketsai be able to reset him? That's the secondary question. Darks is not going to get denied, but Philip takes 2 in his Rabbit. He gives 1 back to it, needs to be careful, but he did take the strike away. So it's a little bit of trading here going on. The Ketsai will spot the K91 again, and I'm guessing he will get reset for it, or not.
Seems to be like he's okay for now at the time being. And Lotus, after all of this, yes, they've bled a bit more, but they have been able to take double strike. So the cap that Hit and Run is currently putting, not the biggest of issues. The problem for Lotus, of course, they don't have a light tank. They're not able to easily generate info without taking another info tower. And there's only one more, but that one's being guarded by Ketsai, who has made his way around. He is going to be a deterrence from now on. And as time ticks down, he is going to generate another plane as well.
Yeah, over time he'll just get one. But looks like Sokol's being sent in to deny the cap. Good shot there. No, it's actually Philip being sent in. And Sokol does deny it. So good stuff there from Sokol. And now the question is, will they peek Philip for this?
They're considering, of course, back and forth here as Franek takes the info tower, so finally full information available for Hit and Run that we're playing without for quite some time, but now the Lotus plans have become quite obvious. And I mean, Tarksik, he now knows that the RHM is on the outside because obviously he's shooting him. This means that Ketsai is going to generate a level 2 plane immediately used, but I think Tarksik dodged it there by driving down, but that doesn't really help, it seems. A strike gets used on the cap, a secondary one as well, full resets. The cap, it was awfully close for a time, but for now it's okay. But Franek seems to get found by Tuka in that 430U, and there's not a lot that Ketsai can do about it.
No, it's not. You know, we talked about it earlier. Franek doesn't really make mistakes, but this time around you could say that was one. He ends up getting caught out. Tarks will chase down the RHM, and Sokol and Philip trying to survive for dear life, because right now Hit and Run is trying to make a reaction upon losing that first tank. They're trying to delete these Dravets from the game. They're doing that as well. DJ pushing forward in the meantime, and there will have to be cover from Lotus on towards their D1 K91. We saw Io survive there in that position. How strong it can be. The mini strike coming out will kill T-Sec off as well, but DJ, I don't think will be able to get denied. If he does opt to go straight into Jordan, there's nothing much to stop him from doing that, to be honest.
Well, first thing for DJ would, of course, be to actually penetrate his shots, but luckily he has some people behind him to help him out. Jordan goes down, leaving Lotus on only 4 people alive. Botchion's taking something on the fadeaway. Twist as well, a one-shot now for anything, including Ketsai, who is absolutely backstabbing the entirety of Lotus while avoiding Toxic even.
Yeah, it's tough, and Ketsai made a really good play as well. He kept going K-line to go behind them. They needed to keep Philip and Sokol alive longer if they want to have a chance in this game, because yeah, they get Franek out of the game, but at the same time a lot of people were committed on that side and there was just not enough damage to follow up on losing the double Dravets in return. So first round for hit and run, it could have gone a lot worse there, the way that it was playing out, but they do end up winning it nonetheless.
I think actually Pansfier popped the ability there because he knew that he was one strikeable, but the ticks just didn't kick in before the strike actually landed. So a bit unfortunate for him, but it's going to, of course, not change the outcome of the game here. And I think Lotus, they showed an okay approach in the southeast of the map where they were able to catch Franek completely off guard. In the rest of the map, not so much.
Yeah. Well, when we look at it though, hit and run picks up the round. They're going to be very happy about that. And it's interesting, you know, like just like Sicarios, Lotus is not opting to play aggressive at all and allowing hit and run to take control of the game, which is risky IMO.
Yeah, I think whenever you're playing against a very experienced team that have been playing together for a long time, letting them go for the long game if they want to can always be problematic if you're the underdog, just because you're not forcing basically the favored team into maybe playing something they don't want to. If you're giving them the freedom to decide what to do, then a team like Hit and Run will take that and turn it against you.
For sure. And that's exactly what happened as well. So nonetheless, Lotus is going to have to do even better than this one, find more than just a little bit of a freebie to actually be able to win a round. Luckily enough, Westfield is kind of the map they could force a brawl if they want to.
And then it would be down to focus fire and pen rates, two things which Hit and Run are very good in as well. And I think that's kind of the problem when you're playing against one of those top teams. You need to find something that you can do better than the other team and then stick with that continuously. But if the opponent is just kind of good at everything, you need to surprise them with something. But, you know, trying to catch a top team off guard is also difficult. Maybe you catch a player, like in the past round, but that might be all you get, to be honest.
Indeed. But who knows? Maybe the second round will be one where they decide to play aggressive and it might work out. No, I'm just hoping they win one round, you know, just for the fun of it.
And your prediction.
Exactly, the fun of it.
Aha.
That's right, Kian.
But yeah, let's see. I think we're about to load into the second round here in between Hit. I almost said Invil for some reason. Hit and Lotus. Maybe Lotus can turn it around here, but of course the odds kind of stacked against them. Maybe a possibility for Hit to experiment around a little bit with lineups as well, because, I mean, realistically, they are through phase 1, absolutely, phase 2, very likely, so maybe try and use some strategies which you probably wouldn't dare use against the likes of W or Mafia, for example. But yeah, first of all, the bans come in. Lotus don't want to see that SGRV, whereas Hit and Run, once again, BZ ban. So Lotus are going to start with what looks like double Dravets, quadruple MBY, and a Tissak.
Hit and Run in return, RHM, AX, and 5 Dravets behind it. Very straightforward in what they're playing.
Yeah, I think they want to brawl, it looks like. But to be honest, against the team of Lotus that have actually 6 heavy tanks as well, and all of those either match the Dravets' DPM by being Dravets themselves, or probably exceed it, being the MBYs. I could see this actually going either way.
Yeah, indeed. It could go either way, but it depends on who gets the better engagement, I think, in this. And you can see the 3 tanks from Lotus opting to dodge the plane. So, I mean, Depends on where Ketsai playing, because it looks like he spotted 0, so he might just know that they're all up anyways.
Yeah, I think he planed lower. Tarks actually finding Ketsai, distributing a little bit of damage, although it's not enough for the level 2 plane, but I mean, if you have the level 1 one, that's enough for the time being as the Lotus tanks start encroaching onto the cap here. Philip, he's trying to see if he gets spotted for this, but Franek with the double push doesn't see him. Actually, now some spots getting exchanged, and I think Hit and Run realized that there is some heavy presence by Lotus in and around the cap, so now they're committing Monster in that Dravets of himself to be able to halt the cap for now.
He will do that. Tarks will take away the information tower. Also, and they're starting to peek against Monster. They want to try and get him out of the game. Franek gets spotted out in the X. Gotta be careful. Minus 751. There's still a Dravets at that B1 position. Botsians is trying to lock him down. And they're kind of missing the opportunity here to get... Ooh, good shot there from Botsians altogether against Panzer Fury. The roof of the Dravets not the greatest in the game. Normal time call around. Tries it again. Doesn't succeed. But now Ketsai will start taking the strike and DJ will start taking the mid strike as well. And I think Lotus needs to think about what's next in this battle.
Well, Panzer Fury, I believe, hitting the Botsians cupola there as the trades continue in the middle of the map. But now Lotus, I think they need to decide upon a point in time where they actually do overmatch, because I think the crossfires that they're peeking into are currently not favoring them. Panzer Fury with another good shot into Tuka. There is retaliation, but Panzer Fury in no danger of immediate death right now, and I think for Lotus it is starting to become a do or die moment, because Hit and Run, they have traded more favorably, meaning HP advantage, and also Hit, they stole away the RT strike with Ketsai, and he can just chill there. They have the second RT strike that they're going to get as well now, and as soon as this arsenal gets used, then it will basically be a blanket damage on towards all of the heavy tanks that currently are trading worse in Crossfire.
It reminds me of the game that Mafia played against Sicarios in a way, if you remember. It's just Sicarios was just getting out-traded over and over and over and over again, and it kind of looks the same.
Yeah, and I think Lotus lacking the decision making right now to really overcommit on towards a single tank, hoping for an opening somewhere, but I don't think Hit and Run are going to give it to them. This is essentially arm wrestling between both of those teams, and Hit and Run look like they've got more muscle, even though DJ takes a shot for free, but overall the trades have just gone worse for Lotus.
I mean, Tarks is starting to hunt a little bit. Tuka taking another shot there, down towards 1k. I mean, he especially shouldn't be trading anymore.
No, he should be staying low, laying low, and just waiting for his teammates to maybe make the plays. Maybe So-Called still on 2.4, Philip on 2.9. But, oh, good shots into T-Sec, actually,
really
from two sides. That's a lot of damage.
Oh, that actually starts evening out the trades a little bit, because look at him. He's down towards 1.6, and now Botsian's taking a shot from Franek. A little bit too much of a good thing can be bad for you.
I mean, sometimes good timing can be good, but sometimes can be bad as well. But yeah, Tarksik, I think, at this point, the playmaker for Lotus drives around with that Tisak. That is obviously a big threat for the RHM that needs to be wary of that. Both teams have used an info tower at this point in time, so the info about the tanks is known, and you can see for Hit, actually the Inspire kicking in, and they do also have the full abilities available on all of those Dravetses should it come to a fight.
Also starting to peak a little bit. Tuka really has to be careful. Franek getting spotted out again, down towards 1k in that AX. Not that great for Franek so far. The first Westfield was bad. This one is not much better. Tarks uses the plane again. Can they get more shots? Yes, down towards 700. Tarks gets another plane, and this is starting to look pretty bad for Frank the tank.
Yeah, I mean, the plane gets used again, so Franek once again spotted, needs to be very, very careful. The Centurion AX, it is a tall tank, and that means he cannot really stay super safe as he now goes down towards one-shot. Darksik, we do see the police camera, but this is not a man being chased. This is a man on the hunt. He does get spotted, finds Ketsai as well as the engagement actually erupts. You can see the Tesak shots going by from the lower side, but finally the RT strikes, they get used onto the Lotus tanks, and that is even more damage.
Yeah, and Tarksik makes a mistake. He wants to go for Franek, and in return, Franek will live. The strike will miss on the back end, and Tarks will get chased down by Ketsai. Will he even get some shots out? I don't think so. Maybe like 2 bullets at best, and it is exactly that. 2 bullets, hit and run, realizes Franek is dying, but Lotus does a little bit too much. They go for it a little bit too hard. Instead of stabilizing the game behind it, they end up getting rolled over in return.
Yeah, and you could really see hit and run. They were waiting for that singular mistake to come out from Lotus. As soon as it was there, hit, well, they strike like a dragon, like a cobra, you could say. And there is absolutely nothing that Lotus could do about it at this point. 7-0 is going to be the score. Hit and run in this Mexican standoff on Westfield, just with a quicker draw.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like Lotus does such a good number against the X, and then you gotta kind of realize, okay, they're going to do something. The X is dying, they have to do something. And they kind of overlook that. They're so focused on trying to kill the X that they forget about all the rest of the tanks, which just roll in, take positions, and kill them.
Yeah, and once again, I think this is the problem when you're playing against a team like Hit, even when one of their tanks is dying, and to be honest, that is Franek misplaying, I think, for the second game in a row here, which is kind of crazy to see. But I guess even he can screw up at some point. But yeah, even when one of their tanks is dying for almost free, Hit don't lose their cool. They don't do anything rash. They don't do anything stupid. And most importantly, they don't throw any of their tanks away. That's why, you know, they're all alive at the end of the game here. And so Lotus, I mean, some good approaches once again, but just far from being enough.
Exactly. And I don't know. It's better than this one, but still not enough to really challenge hit and run. And on Himmels, it's going to be real hard.
Yeah, I mean, Himmelsdorf, you have, of course, some changes compared to the normal randoms map, which makes the map a bit different and more interesting to play for Onslaught, in my opinion, because there is like more rubble in the middle, which you can exploit to kind of get closer to your opponents than you normally could. So Hit, I mean, they're a team that's very known for, you know, sometimes trapping the opponent, sometimes just going with an all-out rush. And I think if Lotus get caught on the wrong foot here, it could be detrimental to their efforts. On the other hand, a map like Himmelsdorf, of course, for a team like Lotus, offers a lot of those trapping possibilities as well, offers a lot of those rushing possibilities. Let's say, for example, quadruple 50B. If they hit a good timing, then it could be, yeah, game-winning for you.
The lineups will say a lot what we're going to get on Himmels, to be honest. It's one of those maps where the bans just kind of dictate what kind of game we're going to see. Because if you ban 50B, 57, you know, people opt for the BZs, you know, Fush Bs, for example. Depends a little bit on what's banned, right?
Yeah, and then also, do you have people that are comfortable playing the hill? Stuff like this. Do you actually get the hill? First of all, the bans coming in, the E4 and the BZ. Not the biggest surprises, but they leave the more fancy options like 50Bs or T57s, Force Bs, of course, on the table. And I think we're going to see quite a lot of that. Lotus coming in with triple Dravets, double B, and double T57.
Yeah. Triple 50B for Lotus. Quad 50B now for Lotus, and triple Dravets, actually. Changing it up. They're going to have to chew through the meat from hit and run, though. With that double type, the mouse, it's not going to be that easy.
Oh, and Tarksix seems like he's not a Grouser enjoyer, instead going for the Vert Steps. That's kind of crazy. Never mind, he switches last second, so all of the 50Bs from Lotus with the maximum possible mobility for themselves. Whereas Hit, I mean, they do have the metal to deal with this kind of 50B T57 Onslaught. They do have double Type 5 and the mouse. That's a lot of steel.
Botsians and Jordan being committed on this strike. Philip taking a shot as well. Jordan opting not to go further than that. Botsian's committed in though. Wants to maybe clip out against DJ. But Darksik and Tuka coming as a surprise, I guess, from the side there in that double 50B. They want to make sure they get a good engagement, so they're opting not to peek right now. Trying to be mature about it. Do they take the right moment though? That is a big question here.
I think that the biggest question of them all Twist getting another good shot in towards the middle, but now T-Sec, I think that is the point where the pressure really will mount against the tanks in the middle, because Panzfury is going to prevent Twist from peeking an Amarek, but that one gets repaired as the Foch B completely clips out. That means he also had a lot of ability to charge up. He will heal all of this back, and this forces Tarks and Tuka in towards action, but they simply don't have the juice in the tank here to blow those super heavies out of the water. Yes, that's a lot of damage, but that's even more HP.
Yeah, DJ and Ketsai just tanking it, and Hit and Run is up 3000 HP off of that play against the drivers. Jordan is down towards a one-shot, but Monster's taking a strike, and we know what that means for that 50B more likely than not. And now all of the 50Bs on reload trying to re-establish a foothold in this battle. Tarks is willing to clip out against DJ, but he's missing his second 50B, so he's going to opt not to go. And DJ, in the meantime, very, very maturely has backed away in his mouth, and now Tuka and Tarksik are forced to commit that distance against it. Deja trying to body block. Not sure about that one, to be honest. Does get away, actually survives as well, and now the 50B is out of steam once more. Sokol getting pounded by the Foch Bs coming in, and it's end of the line for Lotus. They're gonna have to suffer another 3-0 defeat, this time at the hands of Hit and Run.
And yeah, you could really see the decision-making on an individual level by the players of Hit and Run was just more mature. It was more cautious. They were just aware of the fact that Lotus could be playing with a lot of 50Bs here, or Auto-Loaders for that matter, and this just meant that the super heavy tanks able to stay alive. That last little bit of a punch was just not there for Lotus. All of those super heavies very, very bruised. Well, maybe not DJ, but all of the others. I mean, Ketsai down to 200, Decha down to 700. That is a 1 and a 2 shot respectively, but it was just about enough to hold on. And well, if there is one thing that you don't want to drive into with a 50B, it is a fully loaded Foch from fully loaded driving at you. Monster with the ability even is not even gonna go down. Will eliminate Tarksik and will confirm what we already knew a minute ago. 3-0 for Hit and Run, and they stay on top of the scoreboard, absolutely undefeated.
Yeah, and you know what, Keyhand? You know what's crazy? Ian is on to 4 correct predictions in a row today.
That is pretty crazy, but well, the thing is we have another match actually upcoming.
Actually,
so,
he had 6
maybe
predictions in a row correct.
Like completely correct? Like
yeah, if we're counting in the
well.
last play day, yeah, it's up to 6. Not bad.
That's kind of crazy. Man's on a roll.
I mean, you could never, to be honest.
Maybe I could have in my prediction prime, you know.
I thought you were gonna say we could have got 6 wrong predictions in a row, because you definitely got that. At some point you had right. Well, if you count partially correct predictions, Keyhand, and wrong predictions, you're now at
a lot. Let's just say a lot.
7, 11. It took you 14 games, Keyhand, to get another correct prediction.
Oh, but you know, now I got one, so it's all fine. The counter has been reset. And what's reset as well is gonna be the score after we return. It'll be 0-0 again, because we have, unlike all of the other OLS playdays, we have, of course, another match upcoming here. It's OCS Rising 2, so we'll have a small sneak peek into what's going on in the second league.
Yeah, indeed. There's, of course, things at stake there as well, but this is the standings for the OLS. Hit and Run, 6 wins, 0 losses. The only one time they faltered was against CTR, actually, where they went to Tiebreaker. Outside of that, flawless victories in a row altogether. Beautiful stuff. And we got to look on the bottom of the scoreboard. I mean, CTR has it all in hand next week, Keyhand, to be honest. Yeah, next week on Tuesday. If they win against Cashback without losing points, they are going to win in head-to-head to Cashback. And then Sicarios, I think they're playing, I don't know who they're playing. I knew it for a second, but I don't remember it now.
They're going to be playing against Hit, I believe.
Okay, never mind. You know, so Sicarios going to stay on 6th.
So, yeah, for Sicarios, they need to hope that CTR doesn't win against Cashback flawlessly. But yeah, this also means, which is a pretty cool thing, that not everything is decided yet. I believe we had playdays in the OLS before where it was just kind of score corrections and just building points for the next phase. But here on the next Playday, we of course have a lot of things to be decided, and that will also happen to the following match in between Collapse and Beton. It's going to be a full-on best of 9, and we're going to go there right after some replays. See you soon.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Well, hello there and welcome back to the OCS Rising match number 2 of the AMD OLS Season 6. And this time around, we have a different team. Last week it was Collapse against, Yogurt. And this time around, Collapse is playing against Beton. So basically how this works is the weekly qualifiers, you earn points there for the playoffs at the end. And each OCS Rising match, the qualifiers of that week, the teams with the highest points advance to this OCS Rising match number 2 for a little show match. The winner is going to take home 500 euros, which is pretty good, essentially paid training for those teams. And it seems like, yeah, for now, Collapse against Beton. Collapse simply because they have been there last week as well. I believe they should maybe be favored, Banta.
Can you hear me? Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I had a mic issue. I don't know what was going on with my mic. then.
Classic. I would know all about that. Don't worry.
Yeah, things happen. Accidents happen. But yeah, continue what you were saying. I didn't hear a word you were saying.
So basically, I was outlining the rules of the OCS Rising match, how you get there, etc. A nice chair, by the way. But yeah, let's hope all of those players are strapped into their gaming chairs as well. Because for us, it's always very interesting what happens, for example, in the OLF, so over in North America, or here in the OCS, where teams are realistically struggling and fighting to get in towards the OLS Season 7.
Yeah, it's a lot harder. I mean, Baton, we saw them, I believe, in the previous season, OCS Rising. Good international team, a lot of well-known players there. Benzo, Lemmy, Dutchbar, a lot of these players.
Clutchbart, some people call him.
Clutchbart. I call him other names. But he's more coherent now. He used to be very...
emotional?
No, let's say unstable. He lives in the Netherlands, and they're famous for something, and he used to do a lot of that, a bit too much of that. So but now he's a lot straighter. I played with him a little bit in Rivals trainings and things. Very good player.
So you're saying he's building a lot of dams.
He isn't at war with the water.
But yeah, Collapse, we saw them last week as well. And to be honest, it went to tiebreaker. It was a very, very hard-fought match. But maybe for them, it is a little bit of an advantage having played the match from last week as well, being able to take all of that experience and possibly convert it against Beton here. Who, of course, they have some experienced players as well, but none of them have really been on stream quite so recently. So I think that's why the community prediction is giving the advantage as well to Collapse.
Yeah, and the best training is on the job training, right? When you're in the actual game, so Collapse might have a bit of an advantage there. I think Baton are in a similar situation to W, where it's a team of highly competent individuals with a lot of high player skill on a personal level, but we need to see if they can correlate that into tactical success. So it's going to be quite interesting. But looking at the maps, Collapse, Ghost Town, we saw them on the previous play day, play Ghost Town, Pilsen after that, then into Himmelsdorf, Tundra, and Westfield. Any thoughts on these maps?
It looks like Collapse is going a little bit more for the technical approach with Ghost Town here, of course, but Pilsen can be played very technical. Himmelsdorf as well, one of those maps where you can really surprise the opponent with openings. So I think Beton, they probably see themselves in a little bit of the inferior role. That's why those map picks come through. And for Collapse, I think it's just a diversity check towards Beton. Like, hey, yeah, sure, you can play maps where you can surprise, but can you actually play the long game, especially on Ghost Town? And on Tundra, it will, if we actually get to it, it would just be a skill check in between both teams. Who's able to focus fire, who's able to triage better, who needs to, be left alone at that point in time, stuff like this. And if we go to the decider Westfield, we just saw it being played. It can be played in absolutely various ways. And this is what I take away from this map pick and ban, is that between both of those lower league teams, a lot of different skills will actually be demanded from both of them.
Yeah, definitely. Ghost Town's a heavy light tank map. Pilsen, it's a lot more about coordination. Himmelsdorf, it's also a bit more coordination map. Westfield, it's more similar to Cliff in the way it very much depends on what your enemy's doing. So all of these maps offer different styles of play. And of course, as this is a best of 7, we're going to see a lot more rounds. So it's a lot more forgiving. Predictions, this is the thing with these OCS predictions. It's always quite difficult because you're working on a limited data set. Because obviously in OLS, we're watching the games week in, week out. So we have a better idea of who to predict. But I think we all went for the safe option, Collapse, to win it. Just the scores change depending on personal preference.
Yeah, I was actually thinking to myself, 5-2, 5-3, but then again, there needs to be a reason that Beton actually made it here, and so I went with the 5-3 personally. I don't expect for this one to go to tiebreaker, but maybe we're going to get that content extension just like last week. But yeah, I think we're just about to kick it off into the OCS Rising 2 match here on the stream. And of course, on Ghost Town, the biggest question is how many light tank competent players does each team have? As we're waiting for the bans, here they are. EBR being banned by Beton. Collapse doesn't want to see the T57. Interesting choice, but I can see why they did it. And this, of course, leaves all the tracked light tanks available, and both of them seemingly getting picked. First of all, Beton starting with a T100, triple K91, Type 5, and double Dravets.
Yeah, on the Collapse side, one Type, one's double CS actually, the Hurricane. It always catches me out. One K91, double 430U and an RHM. So small light tank differences there. Ghost picking CVS, not opting for the radio equipment, so he'll be able to spot Elysium through bushes a little bit easier.
I mean, he also does have the low noise, so definitely is going to be more stealthier. Will outspot Elysium first of all. The initial plane's not so great by either team. Elysium only spotting the double Dravets, and Ghost only seeing looking in that Type 5, as Rubai is immediately going to book it down to the RT strike, being flanked by Ghost as well. But we saw that taking a lot of map early with a light tank on the 8 or 9 line, it can also blow up in your face, absolutely.
Yeah, it can, but luckily for Beton, Collapse is not on that side. The double 430U and CS, they're pressuring this cap. Danny Dan in that corner, he's going to be holding the crossfire angles. He's not at C1, so he won't get pounced upon. Lemmy has taken a small shot in the city, but it's more of a poke than anything else. Rocky just peeks, shoots, doing a spot check. When you shoot, it lowers your camera rating, which gives you a higher chance of being spotted. Elysium does get spotted here, which is really important. Actually, that's massive info. And as well, Rubaja has left the cap, so Elysium doesn't really have anything to do here at the moment.
No, and I think Ghost realizing that, hey, Elysium could have a plane, he respects that. As Agent getting a reset here from the artillery strike by one of the baby strikes on the opposing team. I think they should have another one. Yep, Danny Dan to strike it as well. This time, Agent actually dodging the damage, and the reason why he drives out of there, one, he's, well, to be honest, going to get reset anyway, and two, he can start getting the artillery strike quicker again because the 5-second cooldown isn't going to apply another mini strike. But that is all of them actually expended, I think, as he drives back once again. Probably not sure if he should hang around, because that is a lot of angry K91s with a lot of DPM, as Looking and Palladium actually do end up trading it out. Agent contemplating driving forward, does go into the strike again, but Looking needs to be careful in that Type 5 because those K91s have good heat pen.
Yeah, Looking didn't anticipate there'd be a lot of tanks on this one line, so he's in a really bad position. If he keeps going back, the tanks of Beton, Dutch Bart, and the other Dravex are there as well, so Looking's in a really bad position. It forces a reaction from Collapse, but Collapse have much better tanks here at this close quarters. The K91, with that turret in the middle, it's going to outtrade these, and the higher alpha, of course, it's going to outtrade these K91s, and Danny Dan's taking the brunt of the damage. Bear in mind, he does 320 and takes 440 in return. He goes down, gives a little bit of a hold down to Palladium. The bleed is pretty bad on Collapse, but it's not the end of the world just because Palladium is dying. K91 of Tron goes up and over. He doesn't take any damage for that, and Tron's now in a safe position. So Palladium will go down here, and that'll be 2-tank advantage for Collapse, as long as Cosmo doesn't die.
Well, Benzo is now the next one on the chopping block. I mean, Lemisandros gets pulled from the middle to try and help his mediums, but Benzo just getting eaten alive by this DPM here. Dodgebot also falls in the middle of the map towards Looking. That means 4 versus 6. If you're looking at Beton right now, they're looking to re-push those mediums that have been softened up by the earlier approach, but they are getting heavily tagged actually on the fadeaway as Tron more shots in towards the middle. Rubai getting completely caught out in that Dravets down towards a one shot. Will they be able to pick him up? The answer is yes, but now Lemmy has arrived with the Dravets, but realizes he probably can't keep this up, taking a big one from Looking too.
Yeah, it was looking good at one point for Beton. Looking was in a bad position, but he didn't take as much damage as I thought he would. And these K91s coming close. That's the thing about the K91. It's awkward. It's low to the ground with bad gun depression. It's got a rear turret. It might have tons of DPM, but it's not a fighting tank. It's a sniper. And when Collapse can draw them in with these 430Us, they just make the better trades. And you see how little HP Collapse has on these mediums. Tron goes down. He was less than 100 HP. So is Agent. Rocky's on 1 HP, the exact amount of HP that he needs. And with that final strike, Lemisandros goes down, and first round to Collapse. could have gone either way at one point, but Baton just flew just that little bit close to the sun.
Yeah, I think the problem for Beton was that the tanks that were in the fight here at the part of the map that we saw were just not suited to the engagement that was happening. I mean, K91's fighting Holdown against 430Us. I know what I would pick, and it's not the K91 in that engagement.
Yeah, that's the thing. K91 with the recent changes, it's so powerful, so much DPM, but the tank, as with all rear turreted tanks, it's awkward. With heavies like 705A or VKK, you know, you've got armor, so it's pretty good for side scraping. But K91 doesn't have that luxury. The turret armor is probably the weakest of the Russian mediums, and just a lack of gun depression, it makes it such an awkward tank for close range engagements. You want it to mop up, you don't want it to actually brawl, and you can see it in the damage here. Flamesong, the leader of the team, the FC in-game 5k, leading from the front, always respectable. And Baton's damage, it's very heavily split, but just not great. I'm really curious what happened to Dutchbot actually to do so little damage in that close quarters position. I thought he'd have a much better game there actually, especially with Looking being in such a bad position.
I think he, like, honestly, this leads me to believe that he just got outplayed in the city by Looking, plus maybe a couple of other tanks. The problem there, of course, as well, Lemisandros gets pulled out of the city by Beton to kind of help the mediums, which are losing, but this creates a numerical disadvantage for Beton in the city, and in that kind of scenario, then if you're not able to cover all the angles simply because you don't have the amount of guns required, then as a Type 5, you know, the hull rotation is slow, the turret rotation is slow. If you just get peaked, there's not really a whole lot you can do about it.
Yeah, and the fact that they added T100 as well complicates things, because obviously it's not as much of a fighting tank as the RHM. It's a much more of a spotter, you know, less penetration, less alpha, less DPM, less HP, slightly more armor, but you're not going to bounce shots reliably. But either way, moving into the next one, let's see the bans here. Baton banning the EBR, Collapse banning that type, Baton's lineup, double Dravik, 1E50M, triple K91, and a C100.
And for Collapse, we have the 60 TP making an appearance together with the BZ75, a T57, a Batchat, E50M, and an RHM. So Collapse actually completely switching it up, going for a fighting lineup with some burst to it and a couple holding tanks is what I would characterize this as. Obviously, the problem is with taking a lot of different tanks like this is that they don't synergize super well sometimes, just because of the different speeds and the different kinds of engagements that they want to take. The E50M, it wants a completely different engagement than, for example, a T57, because T57 wants to peak, burst, go back, reload, rinse, repeat. Whereas the E50M, well, it's a funny but medium. It just wants to stick in there, don't get focused, and DPM the opponent into the ground. So let's see where this one leads us. Lemmy immediately driving towards the artillery strike, and Ghost once again sneakily trying to make his way in that T100. So he will have priority over the field, but on the other side, the E50M is completely taken over the 1 and 2 line.
Yeah, Baton switched out and they took an E4, and that E4 is spotted, which is really important information. The 50M pick over the 430 is an interesting one as well. I think that's Danny Dan in that corner in K1. He's going to be contesting against those. It's not a bad opener by Baton at the moment. They take good map control, they take the strike. But Collapse will get that double strike there. You mentioned 60 TP. We don't often see it, but still not a bad tank, even with the nerfs it got a few months ago. Only minor nerfs. Trade 1 for 1. But Danny Dan will be able to give good damage to Looking. I don't think Looking's going to be able to take that one.
Well, you can see Elysium, first of all, with that RHM poking and prodding where Ghost might be. But Ghost, I think, he's had just about enough of waiting for a plane. That's why he's driving back. Looking once again in that 60 TP, trying to get the strike, but once again, he does end up getting reset. But there is only so many strikes available on the team of Beton with that triple K91, all of them without a charge at this point in time.
Yeah, but the K91 of Danny Dan in that corner, if he just gets a spot on Looking will take damage. So he opts to run away, which is, as we know, the correct decision. Lemmy, they're playing him more like a medium in both games. It's quite interesting in that way. They move Danny Dan forward to H1. He gets spotted out. He doesn't spot the 50Ms in return. So good info by Collapse. It's a very fluid game at the moment. both teams making rotations, kind of a game of chess. You know, you take a position, then you try and retake the enemy's position. The enemy tries to retake your position. And I think in a long game, I'm favoring Baton at the moment. I think they'll be able to deny Tron here once the light gets the spot in. But if the light gets unlucky here, Ghost is about to go into a really bad engagement.
Well, we'll have to see. Both of them, of course, don't know that they're there, but normally Rubai should relay the information that he's being shot here as Flamesong comes in with the T-57 Heavy, and I think Ghost realizes he cannot take the engagement against a Batchat that might be using the ability right now and will then be fully loaded. A plane gets used, but this is very late on towards Agent, who is able to duck behind the hardcover that is available there. Rubai going down towards one shot. That T-57 heavy clip really hurting him.
Yeah, he needed to explode for that one. Ghost still doesn't have a strike, so full info is going to be taken by Elysium unless a blind shot comes through. It does. That's Dutchbart. He hits that 750 Alpha into Elysium, so info denied. Ghost still does. Ghost really needs a plane. It's actually super important, but Flamesong tries to leave. He takes a big one. I think that was double K91 in the corner. K91 gives another one, or it's the tank of Benzo who gets spotted, and he gets nearly blown up. That's minus 2.2k, but in a way, it's worth it. And as well, bear in mind, Agent's going to be on reload in a moment. He's going to need to run. And if Ghost can spot him and these K91s can push him out, this might be a winning engagement for Beton.
Well, Ghost, first of all, takes a big shot by one of the tanks on the other side here as Agent makes it behind the wreck of the ship. So for the time, he's going to be able to reload safely. I think Ghost overplaying his hand a little bit here as well, was spotted by the plane of Elysium, who is maybe going to use it once again. Danidan and Palladium spotted as well, so the info has been given, and those tanks by Beton on that field here are taking tremendous punishment every time they're being spotted. Dani down towards 1100, and all of a sudden Agent with that bad shot, a repush becomes a real possibility. What is Lemmy doing out there?
I have no idea, if I'm honest. I mean, he drove forward. I don't know, maybe they wanted to push onto the Batchat, but then they realized the 50Ms were on the back line, and Lemmy's caught in low man's land. Yeah, Ghost, it was a good blind shot, to be fair, by looking, especially 60 TP on that range. I can't lie, I've not enjoyed the way Ghost has played that T100 in both of these Ghost Town rounds. It's not great. God knows why Lemmy was in the open as well. A bit of miscommunication. Dan takes a blind from Agent, and it's just, from what looked like an engagement that could have been decent, just absolutely turned on its head. And now it's only one tank disadvantage, but it's 4k HP down. Not really any good positions. Rubaj is a one-shot to strike. Dan will probably go down to a one-shot. He does. Not one strikeable, but Agent doesn't need it. He picks him up, and from bad to worse, it's going to be 2-0 for Collapse going out of Ghost Town.
Oh, I mean, maybe a last hurrah here for Beton as Dodgebot gets pushed by the E50M, but of course, finally, those E50Ms will have the engagement that they wanted, which is essentially just a drawn-out shootout where the DPM actually comes in. Cosmo bouncing one on towards Rubash here, and he will take one more in return, but the double kill comes through, and 6 tanks remaining for the for the team of Collapse as Palladium gets collapsed upon, literally now, by those E50Ms, leaving only Benzo alive that probably wishes he were somewhere else right now.
Yep. Benzo, I'm quite surprised he got spotted on H0 when he was driving to the G0 position. He got spotted shooting on that T57 and took a hell of a lot of damage for that. But, I don't know. Ghost needs to have a plane. I don't know how he didn't have a plane for basically this time. It felt like he never had a plane. I was looking multiple times, and it just felt like Ghost never had a plane. Maybe it's the fact that the T100 really struggles to deal damage. If he was an RHM, he'd probably have dealt a lot more damage, which means more planes. So that's quite an important factor when you think about it, taking the T100 over the RHM. But yeah, it wasn't great. And that Lemmy play, I'd be very curious to hear what the comms were in that game that it told Lemmy to go forward, because they knew the Batchat was in that position. Maybe they thought he would be perma-spotted by the better plane of Ghost, which just never happened. But yeah, it's not great by Beton in this first one.
I mean, you also got to give props where props is due, and looking in that 60 TP really was hitting some stunners.
Look at Elysium spotting.
8,000. Wow.
Yeah, in a 7v7 mode where the average tank has about 3k HP, that's 2.5-ish HP worth, 2.5 tanks worth of spotting. It's a lot of spotting. I don't even know where he was getting that from.
I'm pretty sure he was getting it on the 9 and 0 line with continuous planes onto the K91s and the T100.
I wish we could see a split between the spotting by plane and spotting, with your face. I'd actually be very curious to see.
Is it even split in game? I don't think so.
No, it's not. But I'm just saying it as a fantasy. Like it's not. I fantasize about many interesting things. Anyway, so if you could,
I was gonna let you continue. Don't worry.
Oh, like you wouldn't like what I had to say, but yeah, I'd be curious.
Oddly specific, but okay.
Yeah, besides about him. But yeah, Elysium was very far back, but he still got so much spotting, which means I'm assuming almost all of it was with a plane. So
yeah, I'm pretty sure he just had a bunch of really well-timed and well-placed planes on the K91s, and then of course, I mean, if you're getting a lot of spotting assistance via doing that, then the next plane just gets generated automatically, and that is just what essentially escalated out of control here for the team of Beton on that 9-0. I mean, you could see like one cross by the K91 minus 2,200 for Benzo, then the next K91 on the next cross takes like 1,800, and all of that probably is by the planes of Elysium.
Yeah.
So that is really where he started racking all of that up, together with the damage or assistance that he also got on the T100, which was probably collateral, but he was in the same area, so, if he gets lit as well, might as well take a looking put shot at him.
Yeah, it snowballs. When you place the plane, you get spotting. That gives you a new plane. And Ghost just wasn't able to do that. I think it felt like he played the entire game without a plane. I don't know, maybe I was missing something, but I was looking multiple times because he had opportunities to place a plane that could, like when the matchup was running and other things like that. And I looked to see if he had a plane, he just didn't. So, I don't know. I do think that it's not nice to say, to single out individual players, but I just think that was a big issue in that game. But either way, let's go into this one. Beton banning the T57 heavy, Collapse banning the 50B, and it's a Type 5 heavy. Sorry, my our face thing, it like covers it, and when I just saw the end of the word heavy, I was like, it's gotta be a T57. There's no other heavy. Anyway, you take it away. I've already made the mistake.
All right, so Beton coming into this one with triple BZ75, CS63, and triple 430U. That's a fairly straightforward and brawling-oriented lineup, whereas Collapse probably looking for a little bit of a longer game. BZ E100, double T57, a CS63, a 140, and an RHM. The light tank obviously indicating that they don't want to go for the brawl absolutely immediately, but the light tank also giving that info. 4 tank spotted, that is the immediate replay. He sees the triple BZ, he also sees a 430U. That is a lot of information.
Yeah, it is. But he doesn't see the mediums going to the field, which is important. The CS does get spotted, Rabuja gets spotted. Benzo is still the unknown. Agent gives a shot to Rabuja, or it might have been Tron actually. Benzo now spotted, so a lot of info, but Agent, he did not anticipate this one. The plane was there, he should have known it. And Agent gets almost deleted instantly down to a one-shot. Lemmy will be able to finish that one. Palladium does take a decent amount of damage. The repush is coming in because it has to. But the 430U's are Beton. They're already ready. They're crossing the coal piles already. They're already in position to support. Looking now, peeking. Lemmy doesn't pen that one. Tron takes a lot of damage running. The strike is coming in. That's big damage onto Flamesong and Rocky. Flamesong pushes in. He needs to try and pick up Palladium. Palladium heals. So he's not a one-shot. Takes two. Looking picks him up. They're clipping onto Dutchbot, but the kills, the burst, it's just not there right now.
No, indeed, Beton, they seemingly have found an answer, and once again, this is an engagement where the 430Us are absolutely going to thrive. They're continuously able to shoot at the opponents. However, Dutchbot falls for Beton, but Collapse at this point in time, just down in HP, down in guns, down in tanks. The burst is also gone. The T57s have almost fallen as the stinger of Rocky gets engaged upon. Cosmo now boosting in, but he's on a one-shot. Kills get traded as well. It is all over the place. Cosmo hoping for another bit of damage with the ram, but he gets shot down. 2 tanks remaining for the team of Collapse, and it is a super heavy and a light tank. They won't have the DPM to finish off those wild 430Us that are coming like a swarm of piranhas, and they do find the meat to chew through.
Always very scared of piranhas. But yeah, I mean, this is solid by Beton. I don't understand The plane was there. The info was there. When you see 3 BZs going straight in, I guess Agent thought they were going to go into the cap, but they didn't, and they just went straight for him. And 1, 2, 3 delete. Solid by Baton. They found an isolation. And you know what's nice? It wasn't that easy to see in the game because we were looking in the middle, but the 430Us and the coal pals for Baton, they reacted instantly. They abandoned the coal pals. They drove straight in. So they were actually in the engagement, not allowing their BZs to get collapsed upon that easily. And yeah, this was really good by Baton, actually. Nice to, after a 2-0, that wasn't great on Ghost Town, coming back on Pilsen, their own map pick with a really nice 1-0. A really nice first point. It's really good.
Yeah, I think that's what we have to keep in mind here as well, is that the first map pick coming in from Collapse, it was theirs, and maybe they are really good on Ghost Town, or maybe they know that Baton are really bad on Ghost Town, and just the same can be said for the map pick of Pilsen here from Baton. I think it was very clear that Baton felt super comfortable, but then again, I think it also fell into place really nicely, because the tanks from Collapse were just engaging exactly on towards those BZs, which are supposed to be the meatball, the punching bag for Baton, whereas the 430Us and the CS then, go around, roam around and deal the damage, which also is what we see on the leaderboard here. So I think the engagement as it went was perfect. And on top of that also comes that Collapse is starting with an RHM, which doesn't contribute to the fight as well as other tanks.
Can I see Looking's pen rate? I mean, they all ignored him, and he was alive until the end of the engagement. I'm surprised it's only 3k. I anticipated he would do a little bit more than that, actually. In my mind, he was going to be doing 4 to 5. I know he doesn't...
Looking's pen rate was 877.
Fair enough. Felt like he should have gotten out more damage, to be honest, but fair enough. He's penning almost all of his shots. And yeah, this was a really hard engagement just on opening for Collapse. I mean, the moment Agent goes down, it's very cheap. He goes down, Palladium took a fair amount of damage, but still he was able to get safe, get shielded by his teammates. Obviously, it's 3 BCs together, which means they all heal each other. But yeah, this was the first game where from start to finish, Baton looked in control, and it was a nice one, deserved victory in this one. So we'll need to see if they can keep it going.
The fact as well that Agent goes down at the start. I mean, yeah, it's horrible to lose a tank like that, but it's also a CS. That's a lot of the DPM in the lineup that's actually gone, which when you have an RHM as well, it just becomes even worse at that point.
The thing is,
they
didn't trade that bad for him. He got out his strike. He did 1,600 damage. And bear in mind, being pushed on by 3 BZs and a 430, he should do less than 1,600 damage. The trade for him...
You would assume so.
The trade wasn't horrible. I mean, it's not good, but he could have done 0, right? Either way, looking at the bans, as always, Baton, I've removed... I learned you can remove your own face. Did you know that? It's a button at the bottom. I'm learning.
Oh, you mean in the call you're using?
Yes, in the technology. Yeah. But anyway, Baton using the... banning the Foch B, Collapse banning the 50B, so French tanks being banned across the board. For Baton, 1 type, 1 CS, 2 K91s, a 430, E4, and RHM.
And for Collapse, we see a BZ75 Dravets Stinger, so T57 basically, Type 5 Heavy, a CS63, a 140, and once again the RHM. So Collapse maybe acknowledging what went wrong, but oh my god, that is a perfect plane from Ghost, sees all 7.
Yeah, but on Baton's side, only 2 tanks spotted, the K91 and the Type. I'm surprised he hit all 7. At this level of Onslaught, the players should know with the way they're driving. Nice shot there by Dutchbart into Agent. He's not going to be collapsed upon at this time, but he's not going to be very happy taking that amount of damage. We'll see if Agent decides to knock the wall. He doesn't. Dutchbot might want to drive through that. Small strike gets taken. Dutchbot takes one going in, but Agent's forced to be abandoned that one because of the aggression of Baton on the field. Danny takes a big one from Looking, a little bit unnecessary, taking that shot by the Type. Some small retaliation coming into Looking, but nice opener by Baton. Good initial damage. They take a nice amount of map control. The K921 is in K1 with a Type in front of him on the 1-2 line. Baton are in prime position at the moment.
And keep in mind, they're taking the zero line slowly but surely with that 430U. That tank has a lot of camo, so it's going to feel right at home in that bush line. He's not going to find anyone there, but over time, this means also more angles to use for Baton as Agent gets spotted driving into the cap here. Maybe Lemmy with that Type 5 might come in as a nasty surprise, but one shot bounces, the other one misses. Agent, if those were HE shells, he could be dead, but as it stands, he's on 2k.
I mean, he should have... I mean, Lemmy shouldn't miss that one. I think Dutchbart, it was a bit of a snap, but still bouncing on the back of that CS. He's a very lucky one. He didn't get very lucky in the previous rounds. He's using it all on this one, but yeah, Looking gets away. But the thing is, with the limited map control that Collapse have, I don't know what that's going to do. I mean, they're going to need to make a rotation onto the field and try and regain some control. Rabuj is not in the greatest of positions. He's not spotting the A-line approach. I feel like he should be. He's trying to look towards Looking, but Looking's kind of backed away. Dutchbot goes to take the middle strike, which is nice. That's going to be double strike, going into triple strike soon once the field strike replenishes. Right now, the big issue for Beton is that they're not really spotting that A-line, but apart from that, it's solid opener.
Do they need to spot the A-line is the question. I would say, yeah, kind of the answer to that is yes, but the CS is going to take the third strike, and that means 1200 plus strike potential on towards a singular target as soon as the battle erupts. And I mean, also keep in mind, Beton were the only team so far that were able to take an info tower. I mean, they had the info at the start right away because Ghost got a crazy good plane, but Collapse might still be playing with incomplete information. And so if you don't know completely what the enemy team is doing, it could be the case that, you know, for example, there's a Foch B or double Foch B waiting somewhere for you, and that is why Collapse cannot really make any kind of crazy moves right now. They just don't know enough.
Yeah, well, Foch is banned,
well,
but but
double FV,
yeah,
I don't know.
Double FV, there we go. Yeah, I know what you mean. The thing is as well, right, because Rabush is not spotting this, it means Dutchbot is aiming towards the cap. The Dutchbot should be aiming towards Looking and supporting that part of the field, but Beton are really blind at the moment. I know Rabuj is not peeking, because if he peeks high, he might get shot by Looking because of the way the terrain is. Ghost, there's a few bushes in the way, but I think he does spot that corner. There's a little gap in the bushes there, so I think they are reasonably covered. The K91 of Palladium is, I think it's Palladium, or maybe it's Benzo, rotating to the zero line to get info. Elysium peeks. Elysium only gets spotted when shooting, which is interesting. So Elysium is spotted, so they have that info. I don't think they know about Tron and Agent at the moment, which is quite important. But the type of Lemmy is rotating over, which is really important. Buja needs to be careful.
Flamesong exchanging spots with Dani and Benzo from the backlines gives one. This obviously means there is information for Collapse that there is a low alpha medium tank likely down there as Cosmo starts the engagement. He takes some damage for it, but to be honest, not a horrible lot, but he is going to be facing off against the 430U that has the DPM, of course. Meanwhile, on the zero line, the repush by Collapse is starting as well, and they will have crossfire on towards Rubai. That might be a problem here as Flamesong comes in with the steel chair and the Dravets to push that 430U out of position. Cosmo at this point in time, no Amarak, but a final shot, a final bounce as well. This might be hugely problematic for Cosmo, who's able to repair the Amarak. Another shot coming on from Rubai. Will he be able to reload? No, says Flamesong, but the push still going on the zero line. The 140, it finds the RHM, it sees the K91, and it's going to chase down the light tank.
Yeah, if Ghost goes down, there's going to be some potential for Collapse to get back into it. They're down 2k and positions are not great, but the light goes down. So gun parity now. Flamesong pushing on to Danny. Not sure whose strike that is. It's Collapse's, so that's big damage. That means Danny's going down to a one-shot, so gun advantage for Beto at the moment. Tron can't really win this engagement, but the awkwardness of the K91 means Benzo can't win it either. Elysium running, takes a HE non-connection. Stinger of Rocky, or Rocky the Stinger, clips out into Lemmy, but that's not really the tank you want. You know, it's the meat, and now Rocky's on reload, so Dutchbot will be able to finish that one. Benzo's losing a lot of HP for this. He will go down in this engagement, but the bleed is significant. Elysium goes down in the meantime, and even with Benzo dying here, it should still be Collapse's game.
Well, Dutchbot is going to get clipped out by the Stinger. He activates the ability. That means the clip is not going to be enough. Yes, Rocky will do 4 out of 4, so a good clip coming out, but Dutchbot reloading shuts it down, and that means Beton have 4 alive, Collapse only 2, and also it's like their whereabouts are known. They just killed Benzo, so both of them have been spotted very, very recently. Palladium with the next K91. Where there's one, there's another. He starts coming in, he spots both tanks, and there are enough allies around him to provide cover fire, but he'll be able to do it all by himself. The K91 with the DPM coming in. Agent, he blows up, and Beton equalize the scoreline. It's going to be 2-2.
Yeah, closer than it needed to be, I feel. I feel if Rabuja or someone else is getting that A-line spot, this could have been a different game, because then they would have more info, which meant like Dutchbot would be aiming the other way. They could have rotated the K91 from A1. So lack of info hurt them in this game a little bit, but still they pulled it back in the end. And I feel like if they had this info, they'd just be able to abandon the cap side completely and focus fully on the field, and the punish that would have been dealt onto Collapse when they pushed onto Rabuja would have been a lot better. But Rabuja, he survived that PZ shot that went in his tracks, did decent damage considering he got pushed on 3.7, Dutchbot of 6k, but obviously a lot of that was at the end game in the Stinger. But yeah, I mean, solid performance by Beton, bringing it back to, what do you call it? Not clarity, parity, like point parity. So, yeah, we're going to need to see when we go into the next map of Himmelsdorf if either of these teams gets a significant advantage.
Well, I think it's good for Beton that they were able to bring it back, obviously, after Ghost Town, where they ended up looking not too great. But here on Pilsen, able to wrestle it back, and I think it's good for their mental as well, that they now understand, hey, Collapse, they were there in OCS Rising 1. We weren't, but now we are here against Collapse, and we can actually win rounds, and we can actually win maps, which is, at the end of the day, what's needed to win matches. And so here, Pilsen, Beton's pick, 2-0 for them. Now we're going in towards another Beton pick, Himmelsdorf, but as we go deeper and deeper into the pick ban, of course, both of the teams had the chance to eliminate a lot of maps, so I think at this point, the picking advantage not so much there anymore. At this point, you're just deciding the order of the maps that is going to be played, which in turn means both teams should be very okay with playing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, the 2 maps that are played already, right? In the first one, Ghost Town, it was Collapse that were dominant. Like, from start to finish in those maps, you kind of felt that Collapse were in control. On the last 2 Pilsens, you felt that Beton were in control. Like, from start to finish, they had the better map control, they had the better opening, they had the superior positions. So it's interesting how one team is much better on one map, another team is much better on the others. So that might be maybe a lack of training or just preference. But yeah, going into Himmelsdorf, typically a very even map. I don't think either side gets a significant advantage. Yeah, it could go either way. I feel like it's going to be a 1-1, to be honest.
I mean, might be.
For my prediction, naturally.
But we'll have to wait and see. First of all, waiting for the bans to come in. Both of the teams opting for the 50B ban. Kind of interesting to see. Then again, the 50B on Himmelsdorf can be a very, very prominent tank that sometimes teams are not able to deal with if it really starts snowballing, that is. And it leads into the Beton lineup of Double Dravets, CS63, K91, and Triple 430U.
Yeah, that's a lot of DPM on that one for Collapse. It's a much more measured lineup. Triple Dravik, Double Type, 1 CS, 1 140. So Collapse are going to want to keep Beton at arm's length. Beton, they want to get into their enemies' faces using those 430U DPM. Beton do have a nice lineup. The nice thing about 430U, or the bad thing about it, is it has quite bad gun depression, only I think 4 degrees. But the fact that Himmelsdorf is such a flat map, especially when you play that one line, really go into their advantage. And the initial info this 140 can get on these 430Us is going to be really important. Only Ghost being spotted in the beginning.
Well, a bounce coming out of Tron on towards Ghost. That is trying to deal a little bit more damage on the cross, but Tron's pathing makes him unspotted as Dutchbot and Looking exchange spots in those heavy tanks on the 3 line as well. But, of course, Beton were able to take the hill strike with the CS, or at least they're trying to at this point in time, because Collapse doesn't have so many medium tanks that could contest it here. But yeah, right now, Rocky taking some damage in the middle, and I think Palladium will be able to steal it away, but he should also then make his way away, because the double Dravets is there, and of course with the info generated from the tower, he's going to know that full assault by Beton on the 3 line. They know that they need to use this window in time where the tanks of Collapse that are on the hill cannot really react, looking the first one to get engaged upon, and the abilities get popped. The funny button becomes active, looking starts melting.
Yeah, he takes a lot of damage, but the thing is he's going to get it back around that corner, which means he's going to live for a while. He's being healed as well, so that's going to potentially put him over a 3-shot. Danny Dan doesn't connect it. Need to see if Looking hits this one. He does. Flamesong's opting not to run. He's going to assist his teammate, his brother-in-arms. Flamesong tries to shield Looking, but Looking's just too big. And bear in mind, these 430Us, they do shoot heat, so pushing them into these corners, putting your gun in their gun, it can create big problems, and an engagement that looked really good for Baton is now looking not that great. Flamesong doesn't connect it though. We'll need to see. The type in the middle is taking the strike, so once that strike is taken in the middle, Danny Dan will go down. Repush coming in now from Collapse into Rabuja, but his teammates of Dutch Bart and Benzo are there. That can into one of high DPM. Elysium just pushing in, not sure about that one. He's going to be into Crossfire. Some bounce shots. It's a complete mess of an engagement at the moment.
Yeah, kills getting traded left, right, and center, but Dutchbot on literally 1 HP gets picked up as well as Flamesong goes down towards 1 shot. Is Ghost gonna get the gun depression, or he just fires straight into the turret with that heat? 340 pen is gonna be enough, but still it is very, very messy. But at the end of the day, Collapse emerge with 5 tanks available against the 2 of Beton here, a Dravets and a K91, and we all know that that's not gonna be enough to turn the tide here. Rocky in that Type 5, still a lot of HP to play with. The Dravets of Elysium still 2k plus, so Collapse are gonna bring it back beautifully, convincingly, and also brutally in the close quarters engagement of the Mercedes of Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, the nice thing for Collapse is every tank did its role, right? A type is a lot of hit points and armor. It's a time buying tank, right? And Looking, he paid for himself like 4 times over. He bought the time that was required for these Dravex to come off the hill. He took a lot of damage initially, but once he got into that kind of Mercedes position, that safe kind of courtyard, he was just able to survive for such a long time. It's just a strangely long time he lived for. Those 430Us really needed to pen him more. You see the 1300 blocked. It might not seem that much, but in an engagement that's this quick, it is really important. And again, Palladium, I'm not sure the way he left the hill was the play, but you can really see, look at the pen rate on Beton and look at the pen rate on Collapse, 10% less.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem here for Beton was that their lineup, for what they were trying to do, it was a little light. Like, yeah, you have those 430U that are pushing in towards the Type 5, and the DPM that comes with the 430U kind of counters the HP of the Type 5 a little bit, but the fact that Looking and Rocky were playing in positions where they can back up into and then they cannot be swarmed, that's a problem, right? Because let's say the 430U are, a bunch of hyenas, and the Type 5 is a gazelle in this scenario. If the gazelle is able to maneuver itself into a corner, then not all of those predators can jump on it at the same time.
Let's not say gazelle, let's say like a hippo.
Yeah,
water buffalo. Something bigger with more meat.
Exactly.
But not the nimble gazelle. But yeah, no, I understand what you mean. Like, the fact that Looking managed to get there, it wastes so much time. And the fact that it wastes so much time means that the Dravex on the hill, they have time to leave. I think Palladium shouldn't have left the quick way, because he takes so much damage from lower. And then I don't know how he ended up doing next to nothing. But
he only did strike damage. That means his gun,
I mean, when he
never did anything.
When he dropped, he was 1800 HP. I saw that. That's the last time I saw him, because the engagement kept moving on. But I feel like he should have definitely done at least one to the type that was on the strike, and he just ended up not doing anything. I mean, sometimes you can get unlucky, things happen, but he got the info on the Dravex. He did his job, but I
at least half of his job. I think one part is getting
damage. Yeah, but that's like a given. It's like everyone's job is to do damage.
Apparently not.
Well, yeah, but the point is he got the info, right? He spotted 3 tanks on the hill to his 1 tank on the hill. That means they have an overmatch on the 1-2, and that overmatch didn't succeed. So things happen.
Well, now though, Beton, yeah, I guess they're done playing against Type 5s, that's why they're banning it. And for Collapse, once again, it's going to be the 50B on Himmelsdorf, leaving us with the lineups for Beton, trying to come back into the match. Double BZ 75, 140, Bliskowitz, after a long time again, double Fosh B and an E4, and for Collapse we have the double BZ, a CS, double E4, one Fosh B and the 140, so both sides playing with Inspire Medium, both sides playing with very, very heavy TD presence as well. Switching it up.
Yep, switching it up. Double E4, one bow combo. I think can hurt. Looking is that heavy tank expert. You know, if you need an E100, a Type, a mouse, you put Lucky in it. Apparently, he's the Uzek of the OCS. But opening-wise, Baton playing full 1-2. Collapse playing it as well, but those double E4s, that's gonna hurt this 1-2 push.
Spots coming out as well. They didn't see Rubai in the Fosh B, but everyone else they did see, and now the plan for Beton, it becomes obvious to Collapse, as the initial punishment is kind of okay. Elysium immediately choosing to empty his clip to go into the reload as soon as possible. 2 more shots available for him. Here, 1 more misses, but that was a lot of damage already that Collapse did onto the tanks of Beton, and Elysium being allowed to freely reload here might be a problem that comes to bite Beton later, but of course they are more focused on the cap, where the double BZ is currently holding the position.
Yeah, the thing is that Beton are on a time limit. Capping is not realistic at the moment. I'm looking, actually no, Collapse don't have any strikes. So Flamesong is kind of forced to come in. Agent is taking the big strike. Small strike does come out. He must have placed it while I was looking. He got it. So timer reset. Flamesong can reset with his face. And the thing is, the longer that this CS is allowed to play, the worse it's going to be for Beton. But the repush coming in now, this is a bold repush by Elysium. My brother, that's 2 Foshes. Hello?
Elysium, he doesn't even get to the healing part of his ability. He just get absolutely blown up, and now looking, facing off against double Fosh B. That's Dodgebot and Rubai just clipping out, and the E100 cannot sustain against firepower of that magnitude. It's double kill for Beton, and it felt like Collapse was handing it to them.
Yeah, I take it back. Lemisandros' play on Ghost Town was not the worst thing I saw in this match so far. I mean, I don't know what the logic of that was. Did they think the Foshes rotated? I mean, they might have, but the Foshes surely would have been spotted rotating. So I don't know what the logic of that was. I mean, the game's not over, but it's...
Well, it's looking kind of bad right now as Agent gets tracked out in the open as well. 1 more shot from him in towards Lemisandros, but he shuts him down, and now it's 4 tanks against 7 in competitive. Onslaught, you don't really come back from these. Dani can just freely peek on towards Flamesong, the captain himself, for Collapse falling at Beton. Once again, are going to equalize the scoreline as the 3rd clip probably by Rubai now coming in towards Tron. He has more than enough shots to deal with the 140. Does it as well. Dodgebot coming in to support against Rocky the Bliskowitz, still on 1000, doesn't even need ability against the E4. And yeah, this feels like an unnecessary mistake coming out from Collapse with that repush that completely ended up faltering.
Really curious what the info was that made them make this decision. They had the CS on the outside. He could have rotated. He could have taken the hill. There were decisions that could have been made by Collapse that just wasn't this. I mean, they made the repush. Maybe the Foshes were surely spotted going into that E1 position. Maybe they weren't. I'm not sure.
One of the 2, I believe, was spotted, not the second one, though.
Okay, then maybe that's why they thought it was only 1 Fosh. But if you're going to make that play, maybe they thought the unspotted tank was on the hill. Maybe, and they thought they had to make a play, but based on a lack of information. But I feel this was very unnecessary. I think they could have sent Collapse up the hill to get the info point, or at least spot if there was something on the hill. I mean, if they didn't have full info, you can kind of forgive it a little bit more, but that was an impressively quick Fosh death. I don't think I've ever seen a Fosh die that quick.
I mean, he just popped like a balloon. Holy crap. Yeah, and also the E100 looking that was pushing with him. I mean, at that point, if you drive in towards the crossfires of Fosh Bs, and I think shells were also raining down from elsewhere, even the E100 doesn't like do more than a singular shot of damage, which is exactly what we see here. And I mean, for Collapse, they were dealing good damage on the approach, like initially, but after that, That repush just absolutely unnecessary, throwing it to the wolves essentially, and that's why we see a lot of tanks by collapse with very low damage numbers in here. And of course for Beton with those Foch Bs, they were getting the perfect engagements. Like, yeah, you get to empty your clip, maybe you're not even being shot at, and then you just get to freely reload. That's absolutely beautiful if you're playing the Foch B, but it seems like your intuition didn't betray you, because Himmelsdorf indeed was a 1-to-1, which means that now we are headed to Tundra, where once again the engagement and the tank picks completely different.
Yeah, completely different dynamic. Tundra is quite a small map, one side with strikes, one side with info points. So it's kind of, do you want to play on info and position, or do you want to just play on strike damage? Very different map. That previous one was, yeah, I mean, they must have not had the info on the second Foch. And maybe, I think they saw the Bliska and they saw one Foch. I know they saw the Bliska. I didn't see if they saw any of the Foches, but you said one Foch. So maybe they just didn't have the information. I'm still surprised they chose to repush with only 2. That felt like a strange choice. But yeah, that first Foch, it doesn't look good. You know what I mean? It looks really bad, but obviously there's a lot of eventualities or a lot of things that could have happened in the game. We can't spot everything. Maybe they just didn't have the info and they thought they had an overmatch, or they thought they would lose over time because of the cap pressure and the fact that they thought maybe Baton had the hill. But yeah, things happen. But this is the second time. No, this is the second time we see this today, or the third time? I think we've seen this 3 times today, this map.
Tundra?
Yeah.
I believe the third one.
We saw Mafia, and then we saw one in the first game today. And the thing is, we haven't seen Tundra all season. We just get it all today. But yeah, looking at the lineups, 150B banned for Baton, and CS being banned for Collapse. Quite an interesting choice, banning CS. On the Baton side, 1BZ, double Dravik. That's quad 430U there.
So Beton clearly looking for a shootout once again, whereas Collapse with that Tisak might be playing a little bit of the longer game, or hoping to do so. That is a very mobile Tisak, by the way, with purple HP, Grouses, and purple turbo. That is a setup and a half for that tank. But yeah, the rest of the lineup, triple BZ together with a 140 and double 430U. So Collapse have brought fighting tanks of their own, and Elysium immediately getting the full info, as you should, on Tundra. He's also going to split off with that Tisak. He's not going to go towards the main brawling area. That means that Beton might have a 76 engagement, but of course the Tessak has the backstabbing ability. It can be this annoying little bee behind you in your ear.
Yeah, and especially in this engagement, we saw it earlier today with Mafia. I think it was Kono who played it. And the nice thing is Elysium is already taking that back position. He will deny Lemmy there. You see, he's denying him taking the info tower, which kind of forces Beton to push in. And yeah, maybe it is a 6 versus 7, but it's difficult to push in here. They're trying to get Asian, but you see Rabuja, when he peeks, he just gets absolutely deleted for that. Lemmy's pushing in, but no one's really pushing in with him. And they still haven't killed Agent. It's an engagement you'd think that Baton would win very well, but it's just not going that way at the moment.
No, and that's actually the Tisak to pick up the first tank, as Agent still clinging on to dear life. Dodgebart looks to shut it down, and he immediately gets the penetration as well, so the tanks are going to be equal, but the HP, they certainly aren't. Collapse currently up a lot. Benzo, the second one to get focused out, but there are low HPs on either side as Palladium goes down, followed by Looking as well, and Elysium with that Tisak. He tries to do what he can, but he simply does not have the firepower to keep them in the game here. That's only 2 more fighting tanks that are able or available for Betong, as well as now it's just all over the place. But Collapse with that superior amount of firepower and even that stingy Tisak, yeah, it's available, but the other guns are really what's making the difference.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, almost wish they had a chance to go, but Danny's probably going to get picked up by Elysium in a moment. He does. Ghost getting eliminated, but Lemmy goes down first, and with that, yeah, it looks like they have the better engagement. It's a 6 tanks versus 7 tanks, but you got to remember, when you push in, you take the initial damage, and the fact that Agent lived for as long as he did was not great. That initial 430U, he needs to go down way quicker.
I mean, it was kind of all over the place, but at the end of the day, it seemed like Collapse just had the kind of better understanding of what was going on. Maybe also off of the initial info that was coming in from the light tank, right? He immediately saw everything that Beton were doing, and off of that info, the setup by Collapse then was extremely well done with Agent. As you said, he lived for a very long time. The fact that he, as the tank getting pushed upon, does more than 2,000 damage, that's a problem for Beton, and it wasn't one that they were able to overcome.
Yeah, Rabuja only doing a single shot of damage. I was looking at Collapse's pen rate, and then it kind of hit me with the Tessac. Excuse that one, but I will say, in Beton's defense, I think Collapse have the better side of the map, ever so slightly. I think you get better access to the northern artillery strike on Collapse's side, and also if you get repushed there, you have a bit better positions. You have a bunch of holdowns. So in the defense, I think Collapse at the better side. Beton, they will now have their opportunity, but yeah, this was a tough one for Beton. You know, you're pushing into 430s on hold down. Yeah, you should have died way quicker, but things happen, and you got to move into the next one. And yeah, looking at the prediction, hang on, didn't I say 5-3?
No, you said 5-2.
Okay, I changed my. I was very happy there for a moment. All right, anyway, so this is Beton's round to win. They're gonna win it. Everything's gonna be fine. No problem.
Meanwhile, I'm going to be wearing, I guess, some Collapse underpants this round for another correct prediction. Let's see, though, if it comes to pass. As you said, sides are going to be switched. Maybe the map is even a little bit sided, which would lead to, once again, Beton equalizing the scoreline. It would be 4-4, and that would be actually the second tiebreaker in a row for the OCS Rising matches, but we are not there yet. Collapse have the possibility now to shut it all down and to make it a 5-3, to make it a clean match for themselves, to not have to go to tiebreak.
Yeah, if it's right, because Ian said 5. He was 5 predictions correct today, which is the first time I've ever seen that. That's a clean 10 points for him, which will put him in. He was on equal points with you today. So like from Daki was bottom, he was second from bottom, and now he will be leading if he gets this one right.
From rags to riches, I guess.
Exactly.
But yeah, let's see. First of all, the bans coming out. Dravets getting banned by Beton, and Collapse going with that CS ban, once again removing that from the enemy lineup. Beton, and this is why they do pick double BZ, double Bliska, double 430U, and a 140. This feels like a Season 4-ish lineup roundabout. Whereas Collapse, they're coming in with that Tessac, once again, double 430U, singular 140, so the Inspire is going to be there, and triple BZ as the meat of the pack.
Yeah, it's a lot of meat in that lineup. Beton going for a little bit of a different style with the double
perfect lane once again.
Yeah, as we mentioned before on this map, there's limits. You know, they either go left or they go straight. So you kind of do get full info as a given. Elysium in that Tessac, he's going straight for the strike. Benzo is actually opting to break off a bit from the pack and try and spot through the middle. Again, secondary plane by Elysium coming out. So again, full info. They know how many tanks go north. They know how many tanks go towards the cap. And that info is really important for Collapse.
Ooh. Elysium takes a double BZ shot on the way out. That's a lot of damage on that light tank here. He does walk away with the artillery strike, but was it worth it for this much damage? I'm not so sure, because Lemisandros is going to equalize the amount of strikes probably on the board very soon if he doesn't get reset, for example, by Elysium's strike. That does use his plane to maybe find out a little bit more of what's happening. Doesn't see a lot here, but Elysium, I guess, starting to walk it back a little bit. Needs to build a little bit of distance to be able to play safely in that Tessac. Lemisandros picked up the strike now. Elysium is going to take the info tower though, so maybe a little bit more information for his team, because let's be real, he's not the one that's going to be initiating the fight right now.
Yeah, some minor trades between the teams. Ghost took a shot, Lucky and Cosmo took a shot. Nothing major right now, and I think we're not going to see anything major for a while. That's the thing about this map, right? You have 2 lines of control separated by the railway. So I think the playmaker, the most easier, will be spotting rotation. He will be trying to poke the enemies in the back, getting the info points, which will give full info, which will spot out all rotations. So Baton are in a very good holding position, but pushing is not great for them.
Yeah, I think Elysium right now is trying to figure out how much he can actually get away with as he spots Dani in that BZ-75, but gets spotted back, and that is, of course, a lot of information for either team, because that BZ wouldn't have been able to immediately participate in the fight, but so would have the Tisak. Of course, Elysium is going to give his information away by taking the information tower. Looking actually takes 1k damage to the face, trying to take the artillery strike, so not the best result for him, as Palladium, I think, could be using the strike of his own, or maybe could be Lemmy. Yes, indeed, it does get used. So looking once again reset here, and Palladium, he can do that once more with the additional strike that he's taking right now.
Looking's taking a decent amount of damage, and especially on that BZ, it's not great, because the BZ is the tank that you want taking the hits in a push. You don't want him taking hits before that. So right now the trades are going in Beton's favor, and Elysium will take the hill here. Looking takes another one leaving. So they are cycling strikes, but the thing is, obviously you get a 425 damage strike, but you're taking 440 in return. Of course, you can hit with multiple people. The map obviously being changed here, so in randoms the hill would be open, they'd be able to shoot, but it's blocked here. Elysium's playing a risky game, reversing like this. If the tanks were rotating here, he would get caught, but...
I mean, the amount of map control that Elysium is taking right now is kind of crazy, but on the other hand, is it actually control that's being taken? Because the Tisak cannot get stuck in and fight like normal tanks
but
can.
He can poke them in the back from that A0 position. He can peek here, and oh no, he can't actually peek the Bliskovitzes. I thought he would have some shots, but he can't actually. He'd need to over peek a little bit, which might expose him to Benzo or Danny Dan. But it's a very controlled game at the moment. I mean, Baton have bled Collapse a little bit better, but obviously Collapse have the slightly better positions. They have good defensive positions. They also have the Tessak in the behind, and now they're rotating in the north. They might want to go for this over push with the Tessak in behind. This is a really hard push to pull off, though.
Especially considering the fact that Collapse have a lot less HP. And whenever you're the one initiating the push, you're the one that has the moving guns, which means not all of your shots are going to hit, but I think Collapse now realize that this is something they have to do. Flamesong, the captain himself, trying to lead by example, takes a lot of damage on the way in, and Lemisandros is in a tucked-in position here where he can survive a lot of punishment while dealing it out as well with that funny button medium, and in come the reinforcements for Beton. They're going to pick up Flamesong, they're going to pick up Cosmo as well. Rocky probably the next one on the chopping block, and Beton, for the third time in the match, are going to be likely equalizing the scoreline. I don't think there is any comeback for Collapse from this one.
No, I mean, it was always going to be a difficult one for Collapse. As I mentioned before, I think this, the eastern part of Tundra is a little bit better. You have better defensive positions, you have better access to the northern strike, and you also have more safe access to the the southern strike. It's not the south part of the map, but there's north and the south strike, right? So if Collapse want to take that one, they have to kind of commit into it, which means going over the rails, which means you take damage, as we saw Looking take, and also Elysium take. This was always going to be a hard game, because they're always on the back foot, really. And the longer the game goes on for, the higher Beton strike arsenal is going to be. And I mean, you can see the result, right? 10k HP remaining, Elysium just buying a bit of time. Yeah, tiebreaker.
He did get spotted. Good strike as well. That placement, sometimes it can just be like comfort for the players to know that they can hit stuff like this, just like that shot by Benzo on towards Elysium as well. But yeah, tiebreaker. Beton and Collapse are actually going to go the distance, so it is a content extension.
Yeah, that full content extension. We saw a few content. That doesn't make any sense. We saw a few of the longer games in the beginning of today, and obviously we ended with the 2-3-0s. But yeah, I mean, it went the full distance. The whole thing. I can't speak right now.
Well, first of all, I think now we're going to have to establish who had the faster victory, because that's going to mean who can pick the side on the tiebreaker. I think it might be Beton with one of the Pilsen rounds, but I'm actually not sure. So we'll get confirmation about this a little bit later. First of all, let's talk about the damage numbers here. And I think for Collapse, the big problem was that the fancy style of playing with that Tisak, it worked in the first round, but here, Beton were just not giving any opening for that Tisak to work with.
Yeah, this type of play with Baton can be dangerous. You know, if you kind of set up in a static position and you don't move, it can be pretty dangerous. I mean, there was some potential. Maybe they rotate the Tessak and just put him on the cap. I mean, it's not as easy as that, right? But that's the thing about Tundra. That south part of the map, it just doesn't give you that many angles into the north, which just meant that Beton could kind of like batten down the hatches and just weather the storm, which forces Collapse just to push in.
Yeah, and actually my info was wrong. Collapse were able to pick the site, so I guess they had a faster victory somewhere else, but they did pick site 2, which on Westfield is south, if I'm not wrong about this. I'm pretty sure I'm correct. So yeah, that goes for that, but crazy that it actually does go down to tiebreaker for the second time in a row in the OCS. Like, it I guess goes to show how close together maybe some teams are in the second league, and there is no like maybe clear leader cut away from the pack.
Yeah, I mean, in OLS we have the top 4, right? And I think if you took the bottom 4 in OLS and put them in OCS, I think it would be a very competitive league. Actually, I think it'd be. I couldn't predict what team would take the top. It's kind of like the championship in UK football. Like a lot of people think the championship is better than the Premier League just because it's more even and the games are more like scrappy and brawly. But looking
maybe better to watch.
Yeah, but maybe But either way, based on what we've seen in these last matches, who do you think takes it?
So I mean, Collapse were the only team ever in this match to be ahead. It would be too much of a crazy storyline for Beton to now be the first time ahead ever in the match, do it in tiebreaker, and then go on to win the match with it. So my money is still on Collapse, but of course the fact that we are here in a best of 9 tiebreaker does, of course, imply it could go either way.
Yeah, it could go either way, but I will edge it to Collapse, I think they've played better overall in the majority of the game. Like in every game we've seen. I mean, that Himmelsdorf they lost, that was just a mess. What was the map before Himmelsdorf? It was after Ghost Town. What was it?
Pilsen?
Yeah, Pilsen. Pilsen, Baton were much better, but I'm still going to give it to Collapse. I think they do have the more potential. I mean, it is a very open map, which means that Collapse can use a light tank advantage, but yeah, let's have a look at the lineups here. Baton banning the STRV, Collapse banning that BZ, so not wanting to go for the all-out brawl. Baton with the double Dravik, triple Yo tank, 1140 in RHM.
And for Collapse, we have triple Dravits, so a singular T57. That's pretty interesting. Normally they come in packs, a 140, a 430U, and a Tisak. So I think in the light tank department, it's all gonna depend on timings between Ghost and Elysium. Okay, actually Elysium switching towards an RHM as well, but with a different lineup. He has, never mind, he switches to almost the same thing. He is going to have a slight bit of mobility advantage, I guess. Never mind. And yeah, of course, Ghost has the HP advantage because of the purple HP, which is kind of crazy on a light tank, but it does help you in those 1v1s if you're expecting them. And, well, Elysium gets a good spot with 5 tanks. I think Ghost only saw 1, but no info can also be info.
Yeah, Collapse did make a change. They got rid of the T57 and they have double Yo tank now. So both teams have a lot of hold down potential in this game. I think the light tank battle is going to be very important. Ghost opts to go wide. Elysium goes to take the strike. Ghost doesn't have a plane yet again. It seems to be a consistent theme. Elysium does have his plane, so there'll be no decap for Ghost on Elysium. Ghost does get spotted. I think he blinded into Elysium and didn't connect it. So sudden strike is taken by Elysium, but that 140 of Benzo, that's a bold position to take that upper strike, or at least try to.
I was about to say for now it seems to be working out, but Benzo taking damage and not taking the strike, so I guess not as Ghost is going to be chasing after Elysium, but without the plane, it's going to be problematic. Elysium with another plane of himself doesn't get any assistance as of right now, so he's going to be without a plane too, but he obviously does have the strike with which he can generate roll XP at this point in time. Ooh, Elysium also getting spotted here. This means Ghost finally has a plane available of his own. Elysium gonna go safe for the time being.
Yeah, Ghost safe. This field engagement with the lights, it's kind of a cat and mouse fight, right? Right now, Ghost appears to be the bigger cat. Elysium down by half. And bear in mind, Ghost does have the HP on his tank, so he's going to be a bit more survivable. The Dravik that was with him is now rotated north to the strike. And it looks like we're going to start seeing the beginnings of a brawl. More Yo tanks on the Beton side, so they should be in a bit of better position. But Rabuja has left that position to go and contest against the Dravik. And here we can see the fights coming out, but it looks like Beton are giving a little bit more ground. Big strike coming out, hits all 3 tanks, and they're over-peaking. The damage onto Dutchbot is significant.
Indeed, he goes down towards a possible one-shot for the Dravets, if not a 2-shot for sure, as Donny takes another shot of damage. Really, the brawl going on here. Agent trying to make the difference with the 430 coming in from the side, but gets heavily tagged by a lot of those tanks by Beton. They are retaliating, but the first kill actually goes Collapse's way as looking over peaks in the middle of Westfield here. Rocky trying to come in as well, but they're starting to run out of HP on the side of Collapse here, whereas Beton, they have the lesser numbers as Lemisandros falls as well. Rubai once again with the overpeak, but so far so good for Collapse, who keep more tanks alive. They kill Rubai as well. Finally, Flamesong falls, and Collapse with more tanks actually parity at this point in time, but more one-shots close in the fight for Beton. Donny falls, and this means that still it's anyone's game, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's anyone's game, but the HP is on Collapse's side at the moment. Bear in mind, Ghost has all of it at the moment, which means he needs to pull out a big one. Palladium will be caught here. There's no realistic way he makes it out. And Ghost, maybe if he had some distance, he could poke them to death, but Benzo is close. Ghost is also close, so Benzo probably will go down in a moment. Tron doesn't connect that one. Benzo needs to try and play some angles, but I think Elysium's going to outspot him. No, Benzo actually outspots him, but Benzo will go down here. He does. Ghost makes some distance, but it's a 3v1, and that's a really hard 3v1 to win.
Well, let's see. One of the HEs actually connects but doesn't penetrate, but that is a lot of fire directed his way. He goes down to 1800, and the problem on Westfield when you're playing against this amount of enemy tanks is simply that they will have info towers, they will have strikes, all of that good stuff. Elysium even finds him, the HEs get traded, but Elysium, he has more friends that are able to help him out, and Tron coming in here against Ghost with the 140. He also has the HP to simply deal with RHM, shuts him down, and Collapse. Well, we did have a second tiebreaker, but they do make it through, beating Beton on Westfield in a, once again, a very scrappy game where it wasn't clear for the longest time, but then at the end of the day, too much HP on the light tank, not enough on the fighting tanks anymore, and Collapse do end up winning OCS Rising 2. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations. I mean, this was a close one in the end. It really could have gone either way. Small margins, that's what you got to say about it. Very, very small margins. I think Ghost needed to get in a little bit quicker. I think he was too far away for the longest time. And I think that probably did make the difference. He was simply just too far away to have as big as an impact as Elysium did. I feel like the damage is going to reflect that. I mean, they get equal damage, but Ghost gets a lot of this in the late game. But yeah, I mean, solid performance. Looking, that heavy tank expert, 5.4. It's a nice amount of damage, and you can see, like, Lucky and Tron, they're in the 5Ks, but not a single of the Beton tanks could reach those numbers, so yeah, congratulations to Collapse.
Yeah, I think that it wasn't perfect by Collapse. For example, the fact that Agent tried to come into the heavy tanks with the 430U, tried to force that engagement, but all of a sudden he got hugely crossfired. Like, he was clearly trying to make a play, but it wasn't the correct one. So I guess stuff for everyone to improve, but it was a very entertaining match to watch for sure. And this means that we are now kind of at the end of today's stream, which is also the second to last stream of the Phase 1 of the Onslaught, AMD Onslaught Legends Series number 6. There will be another stream, though, coming your way on Tuesday. So just 2 days from now, it's going to start roughly 2 hours later than we did today. And after that, we're going to head in towards a tiny little break as well. There will be some mid-season changes coming to Onslaught too, which probably teams will have to adjust to then. And of course, on the 19th, we're gonna kick off Phase 2 with a bang. And talking about going out with a bang, the finals are gonna be on the 30th and 31st. You definitely don't want to miss that either. And yeah, with all of that said and done, I think one more shout out to External and Ducky, the two other casters we had on the stream as well. I think they did a fantastic job, and Ducky, of course, is gonna get the raid as well. So if you haven't managed by now to claim your drops, then you'll be able to keep doing that there, because actually it's cumulative. And with all of that said and done, thank you very much as well, Bunter. As I said, see you on Tuesday, and for now, we're out. Bye-bye, see you soon.
See ya.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.